Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is May 9th, 2023. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is to approve tonight's agenda. So can I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve May 9th, 2023 agenda with some slight modifications. We are moving item C from the study session to item A for the, you want me to go through all this right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw a look for a second like, uh-oh.
Perfect. Good.
Okay. Professional Learning Community and Assessment Platform Report by Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, Director of ISD, and Cindy Hansen, Director of Middle School Principals. That will now be item A. D on the study session for legislative policy updates, Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel. That will be item B. Item C will then be what was item A for new business. And following through, B will be D, C will be E, D will be F, E will be G, and then adding an H will be the USBA update by Board President, Vice President Montmiller.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We will now go on to the Pledge of Allegiance by Sprucewood Elementary Principal Kathy Shino, and then she will give us some school highlights. Can you hit the button there, the green? There we go.
Well, hello. There we go. Take two. Please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Well, hello to the board members and all in attendance this evening. My name is Kathleen Skino, and I'm the principal of Sprucewood Elementary School. And I want to thank you for having me share just a few things tonight on behalf of Sprucewood, the home of the Falcons. So I wanted to begin by sharing that Sprucewood is a proud educational community that supports the arts in education. Most recently, our fifth grade news crew won first place at Canyons Film Festival for our award-winning and student-produced Falcon Report. Sprucewood has been a proud participant in Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Program since the partnership began here in Canyon School District, and we provide visual arts opportunities to all of our students K through 5. Our talented certified art teacher Kristen Benshoff, she collaborates with our homeroom teachers and integrates art lessons that support creativity as well as content standards. And as a matter of fact, Sprucewood's hosting our annual arts night next Tuesday, where our orchestra of 4th and 5th graders will perform, led by Deborah Wetzel, and our choir of 60 plus 2nd through 5th graders will perform the musical Joust, led by Christina Van Dam, Madeline Guyman, and Shannon Saltcedar. And Shannon is one of our teachers who's currently completing her master's in arts education at University of Utah with a fellowship through BTS Arts. So we've invited the entire community to come on over and take a tour open house style to see all of the artwork. And please take this as your official invitation. I hope you can come join us next week. I know Amanda will be there. So I wanted to share that Sprucewood also prioritizes providing opportunities for our students to serve each other. We have a thriving PlayWorks junior coach program, and that's where our intermediate students guide our primary students through safe and healthy play at recess. And Sprucewood's received high marks on the Great Recess Framework, and it's no coincidence that our number of office discipline referrals have greatly decreased this year. Our student recycling and safety patrol programs have never been more productive, thanks to the leadership of two of our new 5th grade teachers, Bree Petchy and Aaron Ascar. And of course, Sprucewood values academic achievement. Our kindergarten through third grade teachers piloted the 95 phonics core program, and we had authors and experts from that program come over to observe our implementation. And they were just blown away by what they saw with the instructions, so much so that one of the authors left one of the rooms crying happy tears, saying that this is the way that she envisioned the program being taught. And subsequently, two of our teachers, Jennifer Dean and Lindsay Shogren, were invited to lead a national phonics webinar this spring. Their classrooms have been a revolving door of observations with people wanting to learn from their stellar delivery styles. Now, Sprucewood is anxiously awaiting the results of our end-of-year testing, but I can celebrate with you one of the things that we went over in our PLCs not long ago. Our reading inventory data showed 88% of our fourth and fifth graders making growth in their comprehension skills, with Andrea Bauer's fourth grade classroom reaching 95% growth. So we're super proud of that. And finally, I just wanted to share that Sprucewood is a place where positive behaviors are celebrated regularly. Our students have earned over 94,000 care cards for following our school rules. And each week, our students are sent down to my office with what's called a High Flyer Award. It's written by their classroom teacher, and a positive phone call goes home with the principal. I make that phone call to the parents, and we celebrate the students for demonstrating one of our school values, which is an acronym for Sprucewood Cares. So that's creativity, assertiveness, resiliency, effort, and safety. And to date, I have made at least one phone call for every student, numbering over 350 positive phone calls this year alone. And we've branched out this year, and we've included the Adult High Flyer program, where teachers are nominated by their peers. And I've been making those same positive high flyer phone calls home to the teachers' families to celebrate them, and it's just been so much fun. So I wish I had more time. I could give you an example of every single adult making a positive contribution, but great things are happening at Sprucewood. And I'm honored to represent our students and our families and our staff tonight by sharing just a few of those examples of our successes. So stop by if you can. We'd love to see you at Sprucewood.
Okay, thank you. The Board of Education is so proud of the Falcons, and we love hearing those celebrations. And congratulations to the student filmmakers at Sprucewood who won the recent Canyons District Film Festival. And we're also excited for Sprucewood's Arts Night that was mentioned on May 16th, sorry. And we always enjoy performances by our student performers. And we are sure your students are looking forward to the PTA Field Day and PTA Water Day at the last week of school. And that will be a fun way for you guys to wrap up the year. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, the next item on our agenda is our Canyon Strong student recognitions. And I'm going to turn the time over to Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for the time that the board gives us to recognize the achievements of the students in Canyon School District. As a reminder, under our schedule for recognitions, this week we'll focus on the achievements of our students. At the next board meeting, we will focus on the achievements of our faculty and staff, those employees who help make us Canyon strong. Then we'll return to honoring our students. So back and forth, honoring our employees, our amazing students. The students who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. And these folks right here have received a lot of applause throughout the year. That's Hillcrest High's drama team. You can see here that they have continued our winning streak as the District of Champions. We want to wish congratulations to the Hillcrest Huskies, who came out on top in this year's State 5A drama competition. Now, after the big win, you can see there that the students returned back to the school with a lights and siren escort from Unified Police and Fire. And family and friends lined the sidewalk to welcome the team back to Midvale. They were also greeted by Midvale Mayor Marcus Stevenson, Principal Greg Levitt, board members, Mr. Millerberg and Ms. Pedersen. They were all there to celebrate Hillcrest's big win. The Hillcrest team won first in the one-act play, classical scene, and contemporary scene categories. In the one-act play, Tea and Sympathy scored a perfect 150 out of 150 points. 27 of Hillcrest entries received superior performance medals. That is the highest total among all of the other drama teams in Utah. And then top scores also were given to performing arts students from Alta, Brighton, and Jordan. And those teams all finished in the top 7, and all 5A schools region champs in drama. Corner Canyon also placed very high in the 6A category. So as a side note also, Hillcrest also is up for 10 categories at this weekend Utah High School Musical Theater Awards. Now, if Hillcrest wins for Best Musical, for which they are nominated, they'll walk away with what we call the Triple Crown of high school theater. They won the sweepstakes trophy at the Shakespeare Festival. They won state drama competition first place. And if they win Best Musical, that's all 3 in a row. So break a leg to the Huskies, and congratulations to all of our drama students for a job well done. Now, the next students that we will honor tonight are those who participated and won the Canyon Story Fest. So this is backed by popular demand. We took a break during the pandemic, but the District Storytelling Festival is a chance for our elementary students to perform from memory a passage from a favorite folktale, a fable, or a short story. They can use props and costumes. A panel of judges takes into account the performer's poise, enunciation, facial expressions, body language, among a bunch of other things. Students compete first at their schools. A few advance to a district level competition. And this year, Peruvian Park students put on a show. There was a strong core of storytellers from Peruvian Park, and they swept the competition. Abigail Haight won first, Piper Schmidt won second, and Juliet Smith won third. So congratulations to the Peruvian Park Panthers, who won this year's Storytelling Festival in Canyon School District. Now, we also want to say congratulations to the CTSO students who have won state honors. Now, no matter their chosen path, Canyons District students are demonstrating they have what it takes to thrive professionally. A whopping 37 students from all 5 of Canyons traditional high schools, plus the Canyons Technical Education Center, earned top honors at the CTSO competitions this season. CTSO stands for Career and Technical Education Student Organizations. They sponsor activities and competitive events to give students an opportunity to showcase their career readiness in fields ranging from marketing to the culinary arts. They also study technology, engineering, and a bunch of other fields. And over the past several months, the Canyons District students have competed at state conferences against the best of the best. We have the first place winners for 2023. From in DECA, Corner Canyon High School, Ethan Newton and Monet Oaks in Independent Business Plan. From Hillcrest, Pranavi Gundu and Swither Iyer in International Business Plan. From Alta, Austin Woodley in Business Finance. From Jordan, Vienna Villalobos in Retail Merchandising. Also from Jordan, Andrew Hatch, Sport and Entertainment Marketing. From Corner Canyon High School, Aditi Vananupu, who was a Central Region winner for Vice President among the student organizations. We also had some national finalists, Chloe Cousins, Lori Hogan, and Ian Hose from Jordan in the school-based enterprise. Also, another national finalist from Corner Canyon, Dawson Walker in professional selling. In FBLA, from Hillcrest, Kevin Yu in accounting. Swetha Iyer from Hillcrest in business law. Adharsh Ram Akarishnan and Vivan Rajesh and Dira Visla in coding and program, also from Hillcrest. Adharsh Ramarkishran from Hillcrest, again in computer problem solving. And Nayantara Nair in a help desk category. From Hillcrest, Mahika Ashara from insurance and risk management category. Hillcrest, Alan Luang, introduction to information technology. Also from Hillcrest, Iraj Vizalawath, Wallace McCarthy, and in the mobile application development. and Dirij Vislov from Hillcrest in networking infrastructure, and Adita Mul from Hillcrest in securities and investment. For Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, the FCCLA, from ALTA, Elizabeth Carlton, Career Investigation, from Jordan Avery Williams, Repurpose and Design. HOSA, the Future Health Professionals, from CTEC in Brighton, Christian LaRosa, Physical Therapy, Hillcrest, Callie Van Dyke, and Soma Paratala in Health Education. Hillcrest, Miles Vlam in Medical Reading, Educators Rising, Jordan High School, Mackenzie West, Job Interview, and from Jordan High School, Caitlin Howard and Kyla Geisler, chosen as State Educators Rising Officers. Skills USA students from CTEC, Alex Benyon in Criminal Justice, and from Brighton, Aspen Edwards, a related technical math category. So congratulations to all of our CTSO students who took first place in their competitions this year. And now, next, we would like to honor all of our students who won academic all-state honors for spring sports. These kids, there's 47 in all, earned those academic all-state awards from the Utah High School Activities Association in the spring sports. This distinction is reserved for students who have a 4.0 cumulative GPA or meet an index score that takes into account a student's grades and college entrance exam scores. A student with a 3.9 GPA, for example, would also need to score a 30 or higher on the ACT in order to qualify. It is a high bar to reach, and it's one that the student athletes can celebrate. Nearly 120 students so far in the Canyon School District have earned academic all-state honors for participating in activities. In boys tennis from Corner Canyon, Braden Covington, Matthew Jenkins, and Nathan Kennedy. From Alta, Joshua Anderson. From Hillcrest, Roy King. In girls golf, Corner Canyon, Lainey Ross. Brighton, Sarah England. Boys track and field from Corner Canyon, Aiden Wright, Darren Randall, and Jeffrey Lewis. From Alta, Brady Carmen, Henry Stuber, Noah Harkness, and Seth Bell. From Brighton, Zane Wong. From Hillcrest, Jacob Baird, Kunal Kamtekar, Naoto Robinson, and Samuel Martin. From boys soccer, Corner Canyon, Nicholas Kelly. From Alta, Hunter Hartman and Peter Affleck. From Brighton, Caden Wilson. From Hillcrest, Connor Walton. In baseball, Alta, Bentley Crook. Hillcrest, Eric Torina. Girls track and field, we have Corner Canyon, Annika Gilson, Brooklyn Lemon, Caitlin Madsen, Courtney Madsen, Keely Webb, and Kayla Perry. Lindsay Glod, Nicole Stake, Rebecca Glod, and Sunny Myers. From Alta, Chelsea Morton, Isabel Leininger. From Brighton, Alina Marler and Blair Waldley. Hillcrest, Abigail Slamakatran, Maria Manasakis, and Taya Snowder. Boys lacrosse, Corner Canyon, Lincoln Hanks, and girls lacrosse, Corner Canyon, Cameron Stewart, Alta, Erica Lloyd, and from Brighton, Courtney Wright. Now, while we are honoring our student athletes, you'll see there, we wanted to note Brody Kozlowski from Corner Canyon and Jackson Johnson from Alta High School were the 6A and 5A Players of the Year in basketball as identified by the Deseret News. Both the Chargers and the Hawks won their state championships in their divisions, so congratulations to them. We also have some region champs who are definitely in the mix as we head toward the state championships in spring sports. Jordan High won the region trophy in baseball. Alta won the region in boys lacrosse and boys tennis. Brighton has won region in boys tennis and boys lacrosse. And Hillcrest won region in boys soccer. Now that count could go up in the coming days. And we wish all of our teams much luck in the upcoming state competitions. We also want to congratulate our students who are winners in the State History Day competition. The Canyons District students, these 8 have qualified for the National History Day competition. From Midvale, we have Nusha Nora Hamandi. She won in the paper category. Union Middle, Ella Bear, Zoe Hendrickson. They won in the group exhibit. Union Middle, Luke Giacoletto in individual performance. Indian Hills Middle, Juliet Sokol in the American West category. From Hillcrest High, Narani Shankar with a paper that Narani wrote. And from Hillcrest High, Sang Hyun Chun and Vishwa Murugapan, who made a website promoting parts of history. And we also have a National PTA Reflections Award winner. Isabelle Pisciotto, a student at Brighton High School, earned an award of merit at second place nationally in the national contest in photography, which is one of the most competitive categories. Region 17 PTA last week joined Brighton's teachers, classmates, and staff in celebrating Isabelle with the announcement that she had won this national honor. So congratulations to her for winning this award. Now, while this week also was dedicated to our student achievements, we could not pass up a chance to celebrate those on Team CSD who are making us proud. Congratulations to President Schill for being re-elected to the Utah High School Activities Association's Board of Trustees. She's the 5A representative on the board. She believes passionately in providing opportunities for students to find the best parts of themselves through participating in activities. We also want to congratulate Wendy Dow, who is Canyons District State and Federal Programs Director. Last Friday, she was announced as the new superintendent of the Provo City School District. So congratulations to Wendy. Now, President Schill, thank you for the time that the board presents to us every single board meeting to honor those in our community who have gone above and beyond in making Canyons a district of distinction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. So we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons district, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, and she's right over there, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum used by Canyon School District, and there are no plans to incorporate it in the curriculum or instruction in the Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, we have 5 people that have signed up today, and I'm going to read the first 3 names. So if they can just be on deck and be ready. If I do pronounce your name wrong, please correct me when you come up to the microphone. The first is Christy Pippin, and then Amy Sybrowski, and then Krista. What did I say? Oh, sorry, Krista Pippin. I do know that. Then Amy Sybrowski and Spencer Mears.
Hi, President Schill, members of the board, Dr. Robbins and Leon. Thank you for giving us the time to stand up and talk tonight. I'm Krista Pippin, CEA President.
I'm Andy Marcus, CESPA President.
I wanted to express our gratitude for an effective negotiations. We appreciate your time and your commitment to the negotiation process. We value the collaborative process and we look forward to continuing to work together for the things that will benefit and help the success of our students.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, Rick, I hope your shingles are doing better. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. So, sorry. Oh, man. Well, that's good. That's good. All right, first of all, I just want to say to the board, thank you very much. I realize you guys received quite a bit of emails from us, and I do appreciate you guys listening to our concerns for our people. Leon, just so y'all know, Leon and Rick couldn't make it, but Leon showed up last week to a meeting we held. Yeah, sorry for letting the cat out of the bag. I apologize. But Leon did show up and kind of help support us in our group meeting. It's basically to go through the different kinks and workings and wordage. And Leon, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. And thank you for everything. And I'm going to echo what she said as far as the collaborative working. I think we have a pretty good relationship, and you guys, this year you guys showed it, and I appreciate the support in the ESPs. Oh, now it's still my turn. Okay. So we have submitted a letter of joint support for district health clinic, and it's going to be, see, basically the majority of our members, I know on ESP side, we did a survey, 55% of them are for it, 10% are wanting more info to come about with this, but I do think it'd be a really good thing to have, and we really think it's something we should move forward on. And I've been working with Krista on this, mainly her instead of me, but she's done a lot of work, and it would benefit a lot of our people and same with teachers.
Yes, absolutely. So we also had a high number. The majority of our teachers, around 60%, supported the clinic, and we had about 10% that were interested in more information. And then just nearby districts have successfully added this benefit. And it has saved them a great deal, actually, as they have, instead of contracting out services to an outside insurance company or handling it inside and contracting health professionals themselves. In fact, it has been so successful, both districts that are neighboring to us have looked into expanding. One wants to add 2 clinics and one is wanting to add a clinic to balance their west side with the east side. And so we're encouraging the district to hold a feasibility study, and if it's found viable, to please go forward with that option. We think it's a great benefit and a unique benefit that we can offer to our employees, especially when there's a hiring shortfall right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate you guys. Okay, so the next one is Amy Cybrowski.
Hi, good evening. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I want to start with saying that I've been an employee of this district for almost 3 years now, and I truly do love this district. Unfortunately, I'm here today as the mother of a 12-year-old girl who is in 6th grade. She's barely out of elementary school. My child was targeted by an older boy who she had a mutual class with this year. She began receiving messages from him through the school Canvas platform on her Chromebook that was provided to every middle schooler by the district. This boy began persistently sending her sexually leading and sexually charged questions, and also messaged her extensively about his personal explicit history. I hesitate to use the word grooming, but this is the reality of the situation that we saw. Very quickly, her self-esteem has deteriorated as she suffered bullying and degrading messages by this boy and his friends through his school Canvas account. Sadly, my husband and I didn't realize that this was going on for at least 2 months because we didn't know that student messaging was possible on Canvas. We were told by her school that this boy cannot be blocked because Canvas is an open platform. My daughter's mental health is suffering, and I'm scared for what this means for her in the long term. What I am mostly upset about is that we were not warned by anyone at the middle school or by the district that messaging between students was possible on district devices or the Canvas platform. All of the internet safety and oversight we prioritize in our own home feels like it has been completely derailed because of a lack of communication from the district. There is obviously little monitoring going on by the schools since we had to find these messages ourselves. As a district, you have a duty to inform parents on anything that can be harmful to our children on these district devices, especially when it comes to bullying. If there is not anything that can be done to monitor, block, or regulate communications between students on the Canvas platform, at a minimum, we as parents deserve to be warned and to know the functionality and the capabilities of the Canvas technology so that we are able to monitor these interactions in our own homes. I urge you to please do better going forward. Please give parents a heads up when it comes to how students can interact on school devices, and hopefully problems such as these can be avoided in the future by other families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we'll have Spencer Mears and then Renee Christensen.
Dear Canyons, you have a problem. You are in the business of education and shaping young people. You're also in the business of providing a safe place for them to be during the day. Parents trust you to protect their children and educate them. You are falling short in this arena. On Friday, March 31st, my son, who was employed as a sweeper at Canyons Elementary, was choked by someone who he considered to be a friend at the time. I'd like to share a few details of our experience working with your administration and staff regarding that incident. They decided it was horseplay. We were told that it was called the choking game and that kids do it all the time. This was not a game. It was my son being attacked. We had to push in order to be heard that and let you guys know it was not horseplay. We pushed the investigation up through HR, where we had some very frustrating conversations with HR, in which it was a struggle to be heard and to finish any thought without being talked over and argued with. They insisted that this was horseplay and not a big deal. We were offered the option of transferring our son to another school. We asked why, as he was the victim, not the aggressor. At this point, we were told that the other boy was the lead, the senior sweeper, the supervising student. In frustration, I posted on the Midvale residents Facebook page looking for advice. Many said I should have gone to the police. Some suggested I sue. Nearly everyone responded with concern for my son and talking about the danger of bullying and abuse. The real shocking thing, though, were how many people came forward and shared their experiences dealing with Canyon School District. Here are what some of them had to say. My son was bullied as well, and yet nothing was ever done. We have a protective order and they still don't do anything. A student threatened to shoot my son. The school and officers said that rape is part of being a teen. My daughter was assaulted. My disabled son was taken out of Copperview Elementary because of bullying and other kids who hurt him daily. Nothing was ever done. Nothing is ever taken seriously. My son has been in therapy for almost a year because of what the school did to us. My son was relentlessly bullied and became suicidal. My son was sucker punched and told it never happened because it was not caught on camera. And HR talked over me and treated me like a crazy mom. You're in the business of education. The response to any incident of violence, abuse, or intentional harm should never be boys will be boys. This kind of thing happens all the time. Rape is part of being a teen. Or anything like this, every incident should be taken seriously and seen as an educational opportunity. How can you empower these victims to give them tools to move forward in life by telling them to change schools, buck up, or just avoid your bully. That doesn't really lead to a good life. Also, what are you teaching these young aggressors if you sweep it under the rug and don't address it head on? Frankly, I don't care if it happens all the time. It's not okay. And the message should always be a resounding no, never do that again. In situations that are serious enough that the victim no longer feels safe in school, perhaps you should offer that the aggressor be moved to a different school. When you send the message that the victim was overreacting or made a big deal out of nothing, you inadvertently teach the aggressor that it's okay and it's not a big deal and no one will do anything about it. Go ahead, do what you want. Ask yourself, if this happened to you in a workplace, would it be okay? If a coworker came up to you and showed you, would you laugh it off and just say, oh, well, these things happen all the time? What will happen to those young people as adults when they get irritated with someone being obnoxious near them and they decide to do what they've done in the past and lash out in violence? Your words in a news article last Thursday with Fox 13 about your policy, well, they are lovely, all the right words, but they mean nothing when you don't follow them. We continue to be contacted on a daily basis by more and more people telling us about their experiences with Canyon School District and their feelings about not feeling safe at school, not being heard, not being taken seriously. My question to you today, what changes can be made so that you watch over and educate and kids can have the experience you outline in your statement? How can we help match the words of your actions? My name is Spencer Mears. I will not hide. I will not be silenced, and I will not be bullied.
Okay, thank you. We will now have Renee Christensen.
Good evening. I'm Renee Christensen, and I sent you a communication the end of last week with a suggestion on how to mitigate the issues that have come about in the transportation department due to the legislative funding of full-day kindergarten. I do appreciate the time and the effort that went into the negotiation process for the 2023-2024 contract renewal by both staff and the ESP team. And I also appreciate the package that you as a board have offered to the ESP employees. I am grateful that the new agreement will increase the number of bus drivers who may obtain a 30-hour contract. However, I'm here today because I am concerned about the adverse impact to the bus drivers who are currently contracted for more than 30 hours a week. To date, there are 29 regular ed contracts and 40 special ed contracts that exceed 35 hours per week. Please note that the aforementioned figure of 69 contracts pertains only to those exceeding 35 hours. Unfortunately, I do not have information regarding the number of contracts that fall between 30 and 34.75 hours. Many contracts will offer fewer hours next year. This is a fact. It is also a fact that people set their life according to their income. There are also other opportunities out there for professionals who hold CDL licenses. I believe that the district should not just wring their hands, but find a way to retain those with the skill set to drive the district's children. As you know, it is hard to find good bus drivers. It is clear to me that there will be a significant number of drivers who will look at abandoning their careers at the district over the sobering reality of the loss of work hours if there is not a workable solution found to mitigate the amount of financial loss to the bus drivers. I emailed the board members and Leon Cox a revenue neutral proposal last week. If this idea is not palpable to the majority of the board, fine. That will have to be accepted. But I ask you to please put creative minds to the task of solving this issue. The potential solution presented is just one to consider. There are most likely other ideas to be generated and considered. I do sincerely appreciate my position here at the district, and honestly, I am not here to complain. I wish to encourage options to be generated so that solutions can be found. Thank you for your time and the service that you give to our community.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. So I'm going to ask for a motion and then please read the items individually when you make that motion.
I would like to make a motion with a consent agenda, but to, part of that would be to pull out one of the items associated with student overnight travel. I don't know if that needs to be approved separately. Okay.
We'll approve that after, so just read the
Okay.
other items.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes from April 25th, 2023 board meeting. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item E, approval of annual fraud risk assessment required by the Office of the State Auditor. And item F, approval of board decision of open enrollment permit revocation appeal.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Now I will call for a vote. Is there any discussion first to that motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now, would you like to talk about the overnight travel?
Yeah, so the overnight travel, recently I was made aware of the fact that we've had some parents or others that accompany the students on overnight travel and are kind of there as companions or just kind of along for the ride. They might not necessarily be chaperones or spending a lot of time with the kids, but they don't have necessarily a BCI background check. And I am interested in seeing board approval to assure that appropriately background checked individuals are traveling with our students. So,
okay, so do you want to refer that to the policy committee or?
Rick, want to say something?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just to comment on that, and thank you, Amanda. Administratively, we're moving that direction. I think as we speak, is that correct, Dr. Dalla? I don't know if we've signaled that to the high schools, but that anyone that travels with those groups would do a background check. So I mean, if you can follow that up with policy, but we felt like that was important.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Mrs. Tingy.
I believe there is policy in place that anyone that travels with the group must be BCI background checked. So is my understanding that you're asking that that be included on the travel request, that procedure has or will be?
Yeah, I'd like a final approval with coach or school signature that says that they've confirmed that step and for the board to receive that signature page prior to travel. So, okay. So with that said, in that request, I'm happy to move forward and approve the student overnight travel. I make a motion to approve student overnight travel. I just wanted to have that conversation first.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion to approve student overnight travel?
I'll second and appreciate including that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Approval process.
So we have a motion and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So all of consent now has passed. Okay, now, thank you for hanging in there, everyone who's here for the next agenda item. So we will go to new business, and the first item will be professional learning communities and assessment platform report. Dr. Amber Roderick-Landward, Director of Instructional Support, and Cindy Hansen, Director of Middle School Principals.
Hello, we are very excited tonight to give you an update of how the implementation of our professional learning communities are going now that they are officially district-wide. As you know, we've got some very special guests here tonight who are going to help share the story of what's happening in the schools, and we are wanting to start with them, and then we'll come back to the information that Cindy and I wanted to share so that we can give them the floor and then get them home to their families.
Elementary first, Ridgecrest. So Ridgecrest, we're very excited to have their team up here. We can let Principal Sarah Allen introduce them. Thank you so much for having us here. I am really honored to share my fifth grade team with you because they've done truly fantastic work this year. So we are joined by Mrs. Halligan, Chen Lauscher, we have Miss Taves and Miss Hubley with us here today.
Thank you for letting us come up here and do a little bragging on our PLCs. We're kind of proud of them this year. We really refocused ourselves as a fifth grade. In light of a book that we've been studying during building leadership team that on how to be more effective with our PLCs, our team decided that we wanted to focus on prioritizing curriculum development and analyzing how that fit with student data. So we especially took on the Wonders curriculum because trying to do that on your own would have been far too big of a job. And so having the team there to really go look at all the components of it, whether it was the online or into the teacher's book, it was very, very helpful. One of the things that we did is each week we identified the key assessed concepts that were being taught for that tech set. We looked at how those were being used, whether it was a review skill or whether it was a new skill. We looked at what scaffolds were available, which we found some really nice ones in Wonders that were consistently used throughout the program. After doing that, we looked at what were going to be our formative assessments for that tech set. So we wanted the students writing in response to their reading. So we looked at the response writing, and sometimes that meant we had to look at the prompt and rewrite that so it better reflected what our direct instruction had been on that. We also looked for other common formative assessments, whether we were using the progress monitoring, passages and questions, whether we were building a project such to support setting, or the practice activities, which we found online in the Wonders curriculum. We loved that because it really reflected how students do RISE testing, where they have to read the full passage and go back and find evidence. So we felt that really prepared our students. Each week we'd come back together and we would talk about how individually we had used the scaffolding, what our conversations had been like, where our students had been successful. And because of that, we could follow through and go back. I know I personally would take some of the scaffolds back and try it in a way another teacher had done it to see if my students could get that concept a little better. We also then looked at how they had done on the assessment, and we looked at their data and decided what else do we need to review on this? Do we see that coming forward in another tech set, or is this something we need to review now because the students won't see it again? I feel that with this uninterrupted time that we had each week, my instruction with Wonders was much more effective. It really helped to guide the students towards their mastery. And based on our spring data that we're already seeing on our students, we feel that our time was very much well spent.
So how our students benefited. 78% of our fifth graders are proficient or advanced on the spring reading inventory, where previously last year in fourth grade spring, these same students were 58% proficient and advanced. 74% of fifth grade students met their growth goal on the spring reading inventory, and 69% demonstrated level 3 or 4 proficiency on the RISE ELA.
And so after this year, with tackling a brand new ELA curriculum and with me being the new team lead next year, we're really looking into what do we plan to shift for next year and how are we going to utilize this protected time that we have. So we want to take those formative assessments that we've found and agreed upon for our ELA structure and really utilize the data to make sure we're planning for reteaching. So we're comparing data consistently and applying it what we see. We're also going to be moving into integrating our Wonders writing instruction into our literacy block, which will be following the district 3-year implementation plan of that curriculum. And then we're also looking forward to having a balance between ELA and math. We had to do a lot of focus on our new ELA curriculum this year, which from our data we can see was very beneficial. And we're looking forward to being able to do that with math. We're excited to utilize this PLC time to just reach these ambitious goals that we have in the coming year.
And as a Chinese DOI teacher, I think the POC time is very important to us because it really helps us to bring other subject into the focus as well, such as science instruction. So all the conversation we had weekly really help us to determine what is the best activity or project to really help our students to master the science concept. And not only the science, sometimes when I hear my coworkers talking about all the skills and concept that pull out of the wonders weekly, I can bring that back into my Chinese classroom because a lot of the language skills can be shared and then transfer across different languages. So with that conversation, I really think that helps us to bring the same focus, and we can help us to reinforce and help our students to achieve better. Without the PLC time, I don't think the students will be as benefited from this shared planning. And as a Chinese DOI teacher, I don't think I will be able to support my team as well.
I'll just finish briefly by saying we know that PLC time is not new in elementary school. We've had that for a while, thankfully. What is new is our shift and the intentional impact we are trying really hard to have with our kids. So we're using it slightly different and we'll continue to adjust, always looking to make it that one step better for us. But this team has done a fantastic job and I'm glad we got to share them with you. So thank you.
Thank you so much for our Ridgecrest team. We do have the team, well, the team, Kelly is the team. So Midvale Middle, Kelly Johnson is one of the eighth grade science teachers who's representing that team. We did have our middle school principals work together on kind of just general kinds of things about PLC impacts in the middle schools. Mindy was going to present, but unfortunately she did have a conflict and had to leave. But I'm going to you can look at those slides. They're beautiful. We do everything so well at the middle schools. And then I'm going to turn the time over and let Kelly share their work.
I am honored to be here to represent middle schools in general and specifically Midvale Middle, where we have tons of amazing PLC teams. My content partner, Bob Violano, couldn't be here today. He is a teacher of 10 years here in the district, 2 master's degree, and Utah 8th grade science teacher of the year formally. I am an ARL teacher. I spent 20 years in industry as an analytical chemist and then have been at Midvale Middle for 5 years. I think I'm hitting the wrong button. Let's try again. Here we go. Some of the things that make Bob and I's team work great. We are both willing to try new things. We have communication and feedback on a daily basis. We are a data-driven team. We are constantly analyzing how our students did, comparing SALTA students with what we like to call our neighborhood students, and making sure that we are giving quality education and scaffolds that are appropriate to the student's level. We have a shared value of continued improvement. We are great where we are and we can always do better. We have relationships and teamwork with other 8th grade science teams across the district that have been fostered by Leslie Allen. In addition, we collaborate to bring shared content during virtual Fridays. Those virtual Fridays that you gave us were so important to us taking an entirely paper-based curriculum and moving it to a completely online curriculum that could be accessed by students throughout the district. It also gave us the opportunity to have better tools for measuring achievement because it synced with Skyward and we were able to get that data into Excel spreadsheets more easily. We also spend considerable time outside work and outside contract hours working on data crunching and making sure that we have the data available to inform our decisions as a team. There we go. Students benefit from PLCs that are working well because there's a seamless transition between our 2 teams. If for any reason that a student should need to transfer from an upstairs to a downstairs team or vice versa, we are in exactly the same place in content with agreement on how that we are structuring the flow from one thing to another. We are able to assist any 8th grade student. We have an after school program, which has been approved and funded by the district. We appreciate that so much. And because of that, at Homework Help, I can help any student with 8th grade science. We have an improved quality of content.
two pairs of eyes, and two very different approaches to education have allowed us to build a better curriculum together. We have connection skills and themes that are clearly and consistently defined between units so that students are able to take kinetic and potential energy from unit 1 and follow it all the way through and use it all the way through ecology and human impacts at the end of our curriculum. Finally, student achievement, which I think is our biggest success. You are looking at a graph that is our DWISBA proficiency percentage by year. Our missing DWISBA 3 was our COVID year, so we did not give that DWISBA. I think DWISBA 3 is where our biggest success is as well. We identified that our students were having trouble with this. It is very similar to the RISE test. It has a lot of graphs, a lot of reading, and requires higher level thinking. As you can see here, the data-driven changes that we've made to our curriculum and instruction have allowed our students to go from a 41% proficiency to a 63% proficiency. Finally, our suggestions for improvement. Bob and I have just crunched our numbers on the RISE. We have correlated it with attendance. We have correlated it with RI scores. It took each of us 4 hours to collect and process this data. It took 4 different websites for us to process this data. And we had to enter some of it by hand. It was not something we could pull in an Excel spreadsheet and correlate and combine. So an automated data analysis statistics where we could enter something into Canvas, have it sync to this and provide real-time data and analysis in graphs and being able to select variables to compare would allow a more data-driven process for our IPLCs. We would like to be able to have a report card that will track proficiencies. Our Skyward report card will not do that. We would like to be able to compare how our students have performed on previous years, assignments, and criteria without having to enter this data by hand, which is currently the situation. We appreciate the time so much that you've given us. We use all of it and then so much more. More autonomy in being able to decide on how non-classroom content hours are used in PLCs would be very helpful. Most of your teams are incredibly professional and they understand what time they need to do things in. Additional paid non-classroom contract hours for content building and collaboration would also be key in allowing those data-driven changes that benefit all of our students. Thank you again for letting me speak.
We have amazing people. The numbers, yeah, I probably would have written a poem. But that's all good. So we all learn. Anyway, so I'm going to introduce our last team, or I'll let them introduce themselves to you. This is our team from Brighton High. Come forward, high school. We are not usually shy. So I'll let them introduce themselves to you and what their content is, and then they can be in charge of that.
This is our 9th grade English PLC. And at Brighton, we had a time earlier this year in January-ish where we took the first 30 minutes of a Friday and highlighted some of our outstanding PLCs and the work they had done. And this is one of our shining star groups. And I'm so grateful that they get to share with you tonight. Thank you.
Hello, it's great to be here. My name is Josh Wallace. I teach 9th grade English. So I want to give a little overview of what we do with our time that we've been given, because we also are very appreciative of that. There are 4 fundamental questions that we really focus on in that time. One is, what do we really want students to know? And again, grateful for the instructional guides that we have. We can take the standards that we've been given. We can use our time to narrow it down to really very specific examples that we want students to know. We can run them through all these scenarios through content. And for instance, we can take a poem looking at theme, and and we can get together on the same page and know exactly how we're going to do that. And that takes us to the second step, is how are we going to know when students know what we want them to know? And we can work together and create assessments that are very precise and pinpointed, and give us the data in the most usable way to understand what students can do. And then third, we can look at, well, what do we do when students don't know what we want them to know? And that's where we're at right now. And I think in this year, we've really gotten the first 2 steps pretty well down. And we're going to continue to revise our assessments and continue to revise our content. But I think we're in a good spot where now we can really start focusing on how do we help the kids that didn't get it the first time through. And we'll have specific processes in place to know and to help those students in those moments. And the fourth question is, well, what do we do when they do get it? When they get it the first time, what's the next step for them? And there we can have very specific conversations of saying, we talked about theme in unit 1. How can we revisit that in unit 3 as we move from the short story unit into this novel or into this play? How can we revisit that same content again and really ensure that they really know it in a deeper and more profound way? That's where we're at, what we've been using our time for, and I'm really grateful for that time. It's really made my teaching career much more effective. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wendy Shields, and I'm also a 9th grade English teacher at Brighton, and we're excited to be here. The PLC time has been extremely valuable for us, and I'm going to just talk a little bit about how does our work in PLCs pay off for student learning. Well, first of all, as you know, as the elementary team mentioned, they already have kind of had a tradition of PLC, and we've been able to do some talking with the Albion and Butler 8th grade teachers this year, and we're trying to really work on vertical alignment with them. And they too have had probably more of a history of the PLC than what we've had at the high school level. High school tends to be, teachers can be a little rogue at times, wanting to do their own thing. And what this PLC time has allowed for us and how this values our student or how this helps the students is it really has helped us really what we call our instructional coach help me with this word, collective efficacy, meaning we're all reaching towards the same goal. It's not like every 9th grade teacher is doing his or her own thing. And each student, and here at Brighton, we're on the trimester. So students can be with one teacher for 12 weeks and then another teacher for 12 weeks. But with this consolidated process, we are meeting weekly and really going over our goals together and the standards together and trying to normalize the standards. It's allowing us to know and have this confidence that a student that had one of my colleagues for 9A, I am just literally picking up like the baton is passing. And I think we all would agree with that we're in a really unique situation at Brighton with the trimester. And of the 3 years that I've been here, this year, more than ever, I've had confidence that our students that we're all meeting the same goals and that the standards that we're all working towards the same goals, even though our styles might be a little bit different. And that there's been a lot of confidence amongst us and some comfort in that, actually, knowing that we're all working towards the same thing. Josh, who just spoke with you, has been kind of our team leader, and he's been a great leader. And it's just been a wonderful thing. And I feel like the team building, the friendships we've gained in these PLCs and our goal setting, I feel like it really has helped us. And I think it's just directly benefited the students, and we appreciate the time. We have worked really hard to make the time very, very valuable for us and for our students. And we're excited that this has been kind of a novel, like our novel year, and that we're just going to keep going with it and make it stronger with every year from here on out.
Hello, my name is Sean Merrill. I've been teaching here at Canyons for 2 years now, so this is my second year. So I really only have last year and this year to compare to at the high school level, but I very much have appreciated what we always have had PLCs, but what we didn't have was time adequate to really flesh out these conversations, analyze data, things like that. Because before it looked like us coming to the school, showing up at 7, us having a hurried conversation to 7:30, and then, a tide of students coming in and hitting us at 7:35, which usually meant that first period after our little, PLC meeting was usually not as prepared as maybe our other classes are, especially for me. But
as we continued to, I've talked to a few people and they actually agree, even the people that have been teaching for a long time, they're like, yeah, like that's rough when you get into your classroom at 7:30 and you're right into it, right? The other thing is, one thing that has happened with the PLCs is while we've been able to teach each other and learn from each other, I've benefited from really great mentors. So there's been like an incredible mentoring that's happened in the PLC time that we've had, where I've learned from teachers that have taught for much longer than me, and I've become a much better teacher because of that. On top of that, as we've worked as a PLC and as we've analyzed data, we've realized where our lack of understanding is, where we need to know our content better, and we've developed like kind of a plan of things that we want to dig into more. So we're excited to continue this process of this recursive process of learning about our students and about our own way of teaching with each other. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Baird, and I just wanted to summarize two main points that came out of our conversations with our PLC. One is this is my 25th year teaching, and I was very comfortable working in isolation. And I've taught at some really great places, but what I found is the PLC work we've done this year has been the best community building thing that I've been a part of in my 25 years of teaching. The second point that I wanted to make was, again, in 25 years of teaching, it's also been the best professional development that I've been a part of, because the conversations we have are very relevant to the curriculum and assessment that we deal with, and they're also immediately applicable. And so there's that relevance of time as well. And so we appreciate that very much. I think it's been used really effectively, and we would love to see it continue. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to this team again, and also let you know that there's some slides here for your benefit of seeing the things that they've gone into planning for you to peruse at your leisure, and just some of the data that they're collecting. And so thank you again.
So thank you to Brighton, Ridgecrest, and Midvale for their teachers who came and spent this time with us and with you tonight. We have so many great PLCs that are happening and so much to share. And we just really wanted an opportunity for those who are doing the work that we're asking them to do, and taking that time that you guys have allocated for them as a district, and really seeing this progress and this forward momentum. We're really excited about that. So we wanted to make sure they had a chance to share with you. So Amber and I will just kind of go through a few things here.
And we will try to keep it brief, because while you heard from 3 teams tonight, they are also representative, I think, of the great work that is going on across the district. And so we wanted to give you just a little bit of background of how we have revitalized our our professional learning community work. Old habits die hard, I guess. And we wanted to just let you know some of the things that we've been talking about collectively with our leaders and what they've taken back to their schools. So you heard from our 3 teams tonight that a lot of power comes from working together in a collaborative community, and you heard some of the great results. And so I think it was our 9th grade team actually that mentioned collective teacher efficacy, and that really has been an anchor for our conversations, that is really the power that we can create with collaborative teams. We've been spending a lot of time with our leaders really talking about part of that collective efficacy comes in building quality instruction. And we know quality instruction really is rooted in engagement. And so we've used this graphic, which we took from Doug Fisher and Nancy Fry, some great education giants in our field in terms of school improvement. And this graphic just highlights the interaction between the student and the teacher, and the student and the content, and the teacher and the content. And you can see with those interactions what power comes in terms of specific components that lead to higher quality engagement, which ultimately leads to better learning from higher quality teaching. We wanted to also just acknowledge a little bit of the history of professional learning communities. You heard both from all three teams that we've had professional learning communities happening across all of our levels. And we just wanted to hit a couple of the milestones that have really helped us learn over the last decade and how we're applying that learning as we move forward with this revitalization. So if you recall, some of you were here in 2009. We actually, out of the gate as Canyon School District, started with that middle school teaming. They had their common late start, and it was the first time that district-wide we had anything like that at the middle school. And so actually in ISD, this was our first big charge from the middle school principals, was to support them with some professional learning. In 2011, another big milestone was the emphasis on teaming structures in our schools and the connection between teacher teams and building leadership teams, as well as individual student support teams. So that's been a big focus of our systems level work at every single school. 2011 was also when we started providing some very targeted professional development to our building leadership teams at the elementary level around that grade level teaming structure. And then those of you that were here in 2013, remember the yacht, the year of the transfer, when we reconfigured and moved 6th grade to the middle school and 9th grade to the high school, creating another opportunity for our middle schools to really engage in an innovative teaming model structure that led to even more collaborative teaming for both content and grade level, and again, all for the support of students. So we've been doing a lot of great work over the last decade in our district. And some highlights that have come from that we're excited to continue to build on are the achievements that our schools have experienced during that time period. So as you all are familiar, you know that we continually perform above our neighboring districts and the state average on most of our state assessments. Over the last handful of years, we've had almost always half of our Canyons middle schools consistently perform in the top 10 to 20 schools in the entire state. And we've had similar success with our elementaries, where we've always had at least 5 named in that top 10 to 20 schools in the state as well. We also, over the last 10 years, have been invited to present across the country about our MTSS implementation, specifically some teaming. And we've had a number of schools across our state who continue to reach out, particularly to our middle schools, to come and visit and learn more about their middle school teaming model. So we're excited to continue to build off of these successes. We just wanted to highlight that our focus this year has also been taking the vision from the strategic plan and again, seeing how we can make our teaming even better by focusing on that job embedded professional learning and giving educators the opportunities to collaborate around student achievement. We took some care this year to really define professional learning communities moving forward based on the strategic plan work. And we really wanted to highlight the collaborative inquiry process, and that using specific student data to be able to really think collectively as a team how teachers can impact students. And part of that comes from the opportunity to learn from each other and build their own expertise. You heard a number of the schools mention the collective inquiry process that we follow. And so many of them are using these 4 questions to guide their work consistently. And we've highlighted that collective inquiry in a PLC implementation roadmap. So what you're looking at right here are 3 critical components of PLC implementation. So we have a collaborative culture, standards-based instruction, and assessment for learning, which is where all those 4 questions really fall in. We've looked at these a little bit in phases, but they're more iterative because you really are doing a number of these things simultaneously. But we really have spent extra time this year focusing on that collaborative culture. It was a necessity coming out of COVID to really rebuild those opportunities for our teachers to learn together and to be thinking and having the time to plan for their students. So you can see some of the key actions that exist within these component areas that we'll be continuing to work on over the next handful of years. Just jump in here if you wanted to add anything.
Yes,
We're just flying through. Okay. So I already mentioned this, that we've been focusing this year on that collaborative culture, and we just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we've really been intentionally focusing on. So reestablishing those best practices in professional learning communities centered around that collaborative inquiry process. We've supported schools in helping them reflect and think through how they can consistently align their school goals and expectations to that idea of a collaborative culture, and then supporting them in thinking through how they're establishing their school vision and norms specifically for PLCs. So what does that look like in each school? And then as a district leadership team with our principals as well, we've been considering and evaluating and thinking about the monitoring and evaluation processes and tools that they're asking for, that we are asking for, that we know that we need. So we've been doing a lot of exploration with regards to thinking about those tools for the future. And so with that, I'm going to turn the time to Cindy, and she's going to walk you through some more of the picture that our schools are giving us.
So one of the things within that collaborative structure that we're trying to do this year is really thinking about each month when we do the professional learning for our principals and we're going through very specific targeted pieces of PLC, we wanted to make sure they had time to reflect and share out and really celebrate and then talk through what their challenges were within their level and then across their level. So when we did that work, we did some reflection, some detailed reflection of where they were. The very beginning, we had them start with, where are your PLCs now? And where are they whole school? Where are the pockets? You know, a detailed reflection of that with their BLT and looking through that. We did that at the middle of the year. And then what you're seeing here now is our end of the year survey of what they came up with in terms of these categories. So how they saw their PLC at the end. So as we go through this, I kind of tried to summarize because there were a lot of comments. So I tried to summarize some of the key points. I included a couple of examples, but all of the comments are linked for each of these. So you can see what the principal said in more detail. But I think one of the critical components, as you can see from what the schools presented, is while we're looking at some of this reflection data, we have quantifiable data that these teams are producing and growth that they're seeing. And for the last 10 years, we've got that from our elementary and our middle schools, you know, direct correlation between the work they do in their PLCs and the growth that we're seeing across our district from those schools. So we have that kind of data, and we also are collecting that data among all of the different kinds of teams that are happening there. But this is a more generalized reflective piece as well. So just some of the growth items: we're meeting, we're using data, we're making progress, we're collaborating, we're monitoring progress. So some of those initial steps and reboots for some and first steps for other groups. They did hold their PLCs each Friday during that early out. You had parent-teacher conference weeks. We had some allowances for PD on some of the Fridays. So, you know, there were some adjustments there. Their attendance of teachers, it kind of varied 85 to 95% because you had some teachers absent some of those Fridays. And there was a slightly higher core teacher engagement than elective in terms of some of their meeting times. But an 85 to 95%, that was a pretty high and really good piece of that. So those are some of the growth pieces. We asked them to identify their challenges. So what were the main challenges? And in the middle school slides that I kind of went real fast through, they have articulated them more specifically for middle schools if you want to take a peek there. But just struggles with time, you know, just how to make the time work, understanding teams, being prepared and understanding exactly what they need to do. There were some struggles with Friday at the end of the day, the early out and teachers being tired and a shift for some of them from their late start. Working with electives at the secondary level. So making sure that there was, how do we make that work? How do we give them time to really have teams, et cetera? The elective reflection, we did have a specific question for the secondary principals to address just in terms of what was working, what they were trying with the electives and what they wanted to do moving forward. So making sure that there was voice with our electives, making sure that there was an organization for district-wide PLCs, which we have. At the middle schools, they have 8. They meet 8 times, like almost every month they meet with their like partners. But at the high schools, I think they tried some and they have some of those, but it wasn't as systematized yet. So that's something they were looking at. And then also looking at how to implement school-wide goals that could apply to everyone. And then finally, some of the celebrations. So again, the fact that they have this time
they're meeting, they're using data, they're seeing the improvements in student growth. And I think you can get the spirit of that and actually the passion that our teachers are having as you listen to them that presented just in the work that can happen and the possibilities for their students. So those were some of the celebrations. And again, you should be able to see all comments, and I just tried to pick out some from different levels for you to look here at the slides. Okay. Any questions about that piece?
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
Sorry, were you all the way done? Did I hop into it too soon? I can wait till.
So as we look into next year, as I mentioned, we've got those three kind of phases or really more core components of PLCs that occur no matter what year you're implementing, but we're really going to be spending some time working with our leadership around standards and assessment. So focusing on, as we've learned in all of our subcommittees from the strategic plan, rigor has come up in several of them. And so really coming back to that focus on understanding how to prioritize standards, understanding the depth of the rigor within those standards and what the progression of skills looks like across that. And so we've got a lot of work that has been done. We want to just keep building on that to support the teachers. Building safe and supportive classroom environments. This is something that, again, you all have heard about as well in our schools. And this is something that we really feel strongly that can be an effective conversation and support to teachers if they utilize the PLC process to support that classroom environment and supporting students there. We'll be digging into and working with our schools and teams around understanding assessment for learning. So really trying, now's the time we get to start having those conversations around not just assessment as an event, but assessment as continual evidence for learning and that it can look different than traditional assessment. So bringing that into the process, which means we then need to start talking about designing common assessments that are more in line with assessment for learning instead of just that event. And then focusing on how we are going to continue to collect and support our teachers or our administrators and our teachers to reflect on that PLC process. And so we're in the process of refining and developing a PLC self-assessment and then moving forward with developing some district benchmark assessments to be able to support a balanced assessment system. So with that, I want to talk just a little bit more about assessment for learning. When we were coming through COVID, we talked a lot about understanding where students are, knowing that we needed to accelerate their learning because of the missed opportunities that many of our students had. It's no surprise then that as we've dug deep into the PLC process this year with our schools and supported many schools in the beginning, that we've got a lot of teachers and teams questioning, how do we know if the students learned, and then what are we going to use that evidence to be able to figure out what to do next? And some of the roadblocks, particularly at the secondary schools, as you heard from the requests for improvements for the future from our middle school team, I turned over to Cindy and I said, oh my gosh, they're going to think I paid her because she just outlined all of this, but we didn't even know that that's where they were going yet. We've heard from colleagues, their colleagues and things about what they need for assessment, but she did a beautiful job. So at any rate, the challenges that our secondary schools are having, they don't have that common assessment system to be able to pull their data readily, to be able to not have it take 4 hours, to be able to see the progress across their standards and to be able to track that in a more systematic way that isn't extremely time consuming. So knowing that this was already something that was coming up as a roadblock, even before we entered into this implementation experience this year, we put out an RFP, Leon, last fall. It's been about a year. We put out an assessment RFP, and what you see here on this slide is taken directly from the goal of the RFP, and that is that we were seeking an assessment system platform that would support the instructional decision-making by assessing students' progress towards mastery. You can see the key objectives that we asked in the RFP. We had a number of folks submit, and the RFP was awarded to Mastery Connect, which is a tool under Instructure, which is where Canvas is also part of that company. But Mastery Connect is an assessment platform designed to be able to support collecting and showing students learning in a more visible way. So it supports both the formative and the summative assessment process. So again, we can get focused on that assessment for learning instead of it just being an event. And as Kelly mentioned, it would be really nice to have some graphs to be able to track progress and to be able to look at how our students are doing. That was one of the things that set Mastery Connect apart from the competitors in the RFP, was the one, user friendliness of the system, but the reports that teachers, students, and families would be able to access directly around how students are doing with regards to their standards. There's also great opportunities for teachers to be able to then look at that in terms of an entire team, to be able to identify as a team where their goals are and how they're going to work together to think about those subsequent questions of who's successful and who needs more support in terms of enrichment or in terms of some intervention strategies. So we just wanted to give you a little bit of information about Mastery Connect. Like I said, they were awarded the RFP. We'd like to move forward with implementation. The plans for that would be that we would offer that as an opt-in model because we have schools and teams in varying places. We'd really want to take this slow, given what teachers have had on their plates. And so we would work with the principals to support them in working with their teachers to determine what the best process is for getting started at their school, whether that is individual teachers, teams, or we have some principals that feel like their school is ready to move forward, whole school, but that will be up to them. So we would have that available hopefully for them by this fall, 2023, so that they can start that implementation. And then we'll continue to provide professional learning for those early implementers this summer and throughout the year. And then we'll use this system to develop those district benchmarks that we'd like to put in place the following year. And that now is officially the end.
Okay, Mrs. Oakes has a question, then Mr. Edel and Mrs. Nybar. Sorry, I didn't look over there, but you guys will be next.
Thank you so much. You did address part of my question subsequently. So it's actually about assessment. So my thought was when I was listening to those amazing teachers, and some of them are just incredible. When they're talking about assessments and making sure that we check the boxes of knowing that students have learned certain things, how do we ensure that we're adhering to the strategic plan and the Canyon's portrait of a scholar with the goals of deeper critical thinking and creative effort? It seems like sometimes assessments are so black and white in their thinking, and how do we make sure that we're getting those nuanced abilities that are being cultivated through a system like this?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And I think that's, again, the opportunity we have with professional learning communities when we start really thinking about what it is that we want our students to know and be able to do. That's, I think, our next step. And we've even talked about that in our subcommittee. We've defined now these traits of a portrait of a Canyon scholar. So what do we expect students to know and be able to do at each grade level for critical thinking, for example? Those then become some of the standards that we would expect for implementation. And with a system, this is where something like Mastery Connect can be such a valuable tool because we can actually enter those in as standards to be able to track some of that progression. And so when you're thinking about developing an assessment, you have to be able to first identify what the skills are that you're trying to assess, which we just talked about. And then we can utilize the varying assessment options, both in the Mastery Connect assessment platform and some of the assessments that they're already creating in Canvas and otherwise. And even if they don't create the assessment digitally, because again, it doesn't have to be that event, they can use the system to still track the progress because they've already identified those prioritized skills.
Which you've kind of outlined part of why I'm actually very supportive of the idea of using Mastery Connect. It's great for all of the reasons you just outlined. Here's kind of a different question. What do you feel are the biggest obstacles for more PLCs to resemble part of what we've just seen tonight? I mean, because I know there's always going to be implementation differences across the district. I was so impressed by them. And I'm just thinking, okay, what's standing in the way? What additional support other than what the teachers outlined tonight do you feel like you need in order to help us push everyone to the next level?
Well, I can share a couple of things. And part of this came in with some of the challenges and what the principals and what I hear most, at least at the middle school level. And then I think with my high school friends, so our secondary piece
is they need to be able to have time to provide professional development so that the teachers can hone those skills and know how to go back into their PLCs and more effectively implement the work. So they're doing, they're giving them what they can, and then they're going and supervising or facilitating is a better word, and working with them. But I think for some that, like you see, just take off and go and they're self-motivated. But for some of the others, one of their big challenges has been, do we have enough time to really get them the support, the help, the training, all of those components that they really need to feel comfortable, confident, competent, especially as we move into assessments and with some of the competency-based, all of the things that we have as a vision for our district. That's one of the main things, and the time.
I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I just got done, all of us did, reading a lot of land trust plans, TSSA plans. I told Alice that I think I had gone cross-eyed by the end. And I actually really appreciated seeing some of those plans where the principals and the SECs together recognize that the use of those funds in order to facilitate teachers being able to harness some of that professional development would make a really big difference. I wonder how much, the principals are having those conversations to generate, because, I'm just thinking about the kind of, the collective inquiry process that these teachers are talking about. Are principals getting that when they're talking about the PLCs and what they can do to make them the most effective?
Yes, and I think, yes. So I would echo what Cindy said. Professional development came to mind as well, and having the time to be able to really go deep into that learning for the adults. But the other thing I would just add as a barrier, particularly at the elementary level, is just the prep time, because you've got an hour in your PLC where you're talking about your data, you're making a plan through that collective inquiry process. But then there's still a really big component of planning now for what you're going to do as a result of that data. And so that's the time that is also, and you touched on that as well, but that planning time is something that comes up often.
Well, and just to address the collective inquiry. So when we have those trainings monthly with our principals, a big part of that is allowing them time to have that collective inquiry with their levels across teams and to be able to experience that. And then also to be able to revisit, what does that look like? Now, how do you take it back? What's working? What's not? How do we share that? So give them new ideas and opportunities to be going back to their teams and revitalizing that process there. And we've done the book study, the revisiting PLCs. We've been doing that as part of our professional learning with our teams. And a lot of them it's given them kind of a new excitement for some of that work, but definitely that's part of their process that we do in their professional learning. And then the expectation is this is how you go back and how you implement that with your teams.
Okay, Mr. Edel. Thank you.
So I think that any move toward competency-based learning is definitely the direction that we need to go full speed. My questions are with Mastery Connect. So I've used Canvas as a parent and I've used Canvas as a student. Canvas is by far away from being intuitive or easy to use. It's clunky, and as a parent has been frustrating and worthless at best. So my question is, have you looked at this from an ease of use point and as a potential communication tool with parents as something that would be useful for parents to actually see? Like, I look at the example, and obviously we can't click on the example on the slide, but it's laid out nicely. But as far as parents wanting to be engaged and see how their students doing and potentially have a tool for them, is it useful?
It definitely seems to be. So one of the, maybe this doesn't solve your problem of thinking Canvas is not as user-friendly, but the platform is embedded in Canvas. And so that is the place that parents can go to be able to identify how their students are doing with regards to their progress towards all of those standards. And so you are able to highlight with your specific student the specific assessments and what that looks like in terms of how they're moving towards that mastery. What I haven't explored yet, Andrew, to be honest with you, our team is looking at it. There is the option to just access Mastery Connect. They have both an app and a web version for parents to utilize. And we have not dug into that because we questioned, and this would be good feedback for you all to give us, do we want to introduce one more app for our parents if they are able to access it through Canvas? But that is an option.
Yeah,
And we could give parents the choice always. But.
And on my end, I would really only care about the usability for parents so that it doesn't just become another tool. Like I get emails on assessment graded for my kids and the information is worthless. I click on the link and I get nothing from it. And so that would be my only thing. And I would encourage you to maybe have some members of your team who aren't experts take a look at the interface.
I'm the low bar that they always put on the committees to test. So yes, it was my preferred choice.
Thank you.
Okay, superintendent.
Just a
wants
comment
to
to
add
you, Andrew.
what-
I think it's important to mention that there is an integration with Skyward and Cumulative that depending on how that unfolds is that I think our vision would be is that they really, merge in a way that it is in one place, that we're not going to all these different places. Mastery Connect was never built to be a reporting system. I think we all need to make that clear. It really was meant to be an internal assessment system that provides feedback to inform instruction with teachers. Yes, I think there's some valuable tools built in that I think parents could look into that, but my thought is where we're headed with Cumulative and Skyward that, from what I saw, it does look like it's compatible and we can integrate all three of those systems and eventually that it is in one place. But yeah, we don't want to create confusion about what the role is and what it's meant for. So
yeah, and if it's just a back end tool, then my comments are pretty moot. And if it's just for teachers, but if it's something that's going to be displayed to parents and emailing parents, that's where my concerns come in at.
Makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nybar.
First of all, thank you for having those PLC teams come. That was actually really fantastic. I think in order to be a Canyons teacher, not Corner Canyon, sorry. A Canyons teacher, you need to really love data analysis. This is what I've determined from this. But in one of the land trust TSSP plans at Alta High, they were actually allocating more money to have more PLC time on top of what we already give them on Fridays. So I thought that was a great indicator of some wonderful things happening in PLCs and PLC success. It's a big deal when teachers are saying, actually, can we stay later another day of the week and do this some more? So I thought that was great. Some of my comments and questions were along the lines of Ms. Oaks, looking now at how our PLCs will support the strategic plan, the Canyons Portrait of a Scholar, taking this information and then kind of saying the now what. And I think you mentioned that, Amber, too. Mm-hmm. Now what does this look like? How are we going to engage these students that are in remediation? What type of project-based learning or what types of things can we do to engage these learners? And we need to look at different opportunities. I saw some of it. I noticed Ridgecrest Elementary. I love to see this. They're saying, okay, we can shift the focus. We're going to remove some of the things off of our list, which I think is so wise. And I think they all need to look at that and remove some things. I was hoping to see a little more cross-curricular work. As far as I saw some of it, but I love to see more as far as when they're there in their PLC's time. Not only is it the time to identify the common students, right, that need more, but also what are we doing to have these experiences where we're integrating our curriculums and different things. So I saw a little bit of that, but not as much. Cindy,
I'm nodding. Yeah. The middle schools, they have the way that most of them are structured is that they have PLC time that's content. That's why you
Yes,
had
just
the
by their
two
content.
eighth grade by their content. Either in their preps, they have common prep time, so they'll
Yes.
meet once or more a week for that. Some of them have them on Fridays where they split, and then they have a PLC that's an interdisciplinary team because they are teamed.
Yes.
And so that's where those kinds of conversations happen. I think we could do better to have some of that be more curricular based in terms of, you know, how can we implement some of these other components into the work? But they have kind of a designated time, but I think they're unique in that way of most of the levels to have, because most of the rest of them aren't in
Or
teams,
just
like the
only in their
students.
content, right?
So they do a cross-curricular piece where the other levels, like in high school, teachers don't share all the
Their
same
side of
150
time.
kids.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is in the middle school level, that's just a great way for those students to internalize when they have those cross-curricular projects and things going on in history and English and things, and it helps them connect the dots. Let's see. Oh, the other thing I was thinking of was as far as engaging all types of learners, just addressing the sharing ideas. A lot of this was very data driven as far as where the students are at and how we can use that information. But I would love to have the PLCs also have, and I didn't see this, and let me know if it is happening, but the teachers share, you know, how are they engaging those students that are having a hard time focusing, paying attention, you know, the short attention spans, and what are the hooks that we're, you know, throwing out there to reel these kids in and get them engaged and keep them engaged. Because I think that's across the board, right? All attention spans are a little shorter than they used to be with all of the technology time
Well, and
at home.
I'm glad you picked up on that. And that's also why we wanted to share that graphic that had engagement in the center. And
Yes.
the first two questions of that collective inquiry process, what do we want our students to know and be able to do? And how will we know if they've learned it? That has to be centered around that engagement and the content, because that's where you're planning as a team. If this is what we want our students to know and be able to do, how are we then going to gather evidence of that learning? Which are those projects, assessments, varying different options for evidence. And so that conversation happens then. And then when they bring that evidence back, it's, oh, wait, did this work? Did it not? And what are we going to do now next with our next set of skills and standards?
Yeah, I love that. I had an education professor at BYU that said in the first 10 minutes of class, your students decide if they're going to pay attention or like it or not. So you have to throw out that hook. So I love to hear that. Okay, thank you so much. And please thank those that came and presented.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I really enjoyed this report. And I think, for the first year of district-wide implementation of, it's a major shift, right? In everything from the number of minutes in classes to what's expected of teachers and coming out of the last few years that we did. I think it's pretty incredible, the successes. And I really am grateful to hear about the refocusing on some of the basics of PLC, because I think initially several years ago, talked a lot about it, but then we've learned things over time and needs of students have changed somewhat over time. And so I really appreciate that, kind of going back to the basics, but with a new, fresh look and perspective. I appreciate that. I do have some question and thought again on the Mastery Connect thing, like Mr. Edel brought up that, and I know both of you know that kind of have a long history with this concept and this need, right? That keeps being identified, a need for some sort of a platform to fill a gap that's out there. And whether you call it a grade book, I appreciate the distinction between assessment and reporting, and the idea of, I think, the behind the scenes to help our professional educators and the front facing for parents. And I don't know. I guess I'm just not quite sure we've reached that sweet spot yet, or I still have some questions about Mastery Connect and how I see how it can meet the need of teachers, but I just can't quite see how it can meet the need of parents in regards to gradebook, because some of our previous conversations have been about how secondary parents of secondary students can go online and have a pretty timely idea of what their kids have turned in and how they're doing on different things. And so I guess and tonight's not really the night, but I guess I'm going to ask that maybe we could get a little more information along those lines. And as was mentioned, the RFP was issued about a year ago, correct? But it's not been, has it been formally adopted, or has the board formally approved it?
No, what we wanted to do is bring this forward to you first to have our discussion, and we need to have more discussions, of course, then it'd come back as a purchasing bid. Certainly didn't want to bring that forward without discussing it though beforehand.
Okay, so I guess that's my request. If we could find some time at a future meeting to have a little more information and discuss that piece of it. But I really love how the PLCs are coming together, and the excitement of the teachers was really fun to hear.
And just to add one clarification, as you think about what it is you want us to bring back for the next presentation, the Mastery Connect and assessment proposal was for secondary only at this time. So again, not confuse it with the grade book and reporting, and to really fill those gaps that we've identified specifically at the secondary level around assessments.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
You kind of answered the question I was going to ask. Because I piloted Mastery Connect, and it's a marvelous program, but it's very time consuming at the elementary level. It didn't save me a lot of time. It made things be very specific, but I had to constantly be entering data that I felt would be more productive creating content. Because I already knew I didn't have to be that specific to be a good teacher, to really know my stuff. So I do want to have a further conversation about that. And I'm glad you clarified it's just for middle school and high school. Because I'm going, I didn't care for it in elementary. It just felt like more work. It was just data entry, and I didn't sign up to be a data entry specialist. And I am really appreciative that they have responded so well to PLCs. In elementary, we've loved them. I don't know how we functioned without them. Everyone was kind of flying around in their own orbit. And it was so nice that we could all be focusing on the same thing and talking to one another. It forces some great collaboration, and it does build community. It's really, really important. And I think the middle schools and high schools have missed out on that opportunity. So I'm glad to see that they're starting to pick up on it. I still get complaints from middle school principals that they don't like that it's short day. At the end of the day, they would really rather have it in the morning, but
We moved the
can't get it
cheese. We
together.
really did. The late start had been successful for 10
worked
years,
for them.
and
I
they
didn't care.
loved it. And the teachers are really struggling. They're tired, and the high school as well. They're just, it's hard at the end of Friday
They're just not elementary
to
teachers,
be-
I'm sorry.
to be
We
that
stay even on
tired.
Fridays till 5 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
But, it's just been really, really hard for them. And that's been their
Yeah.
only complaint. They love the time.
Just, they love the time. They've just,
Process. They
change
just
is
don't
hard.
love but you're right. It will take time, and they'll get used to it as it becomes more and more natural for them. It just is natural down in elementary because we've done it so long. Thank you for this presentation. It has been fantastic. I am pleased to see the depth of work that has gone into this. And I really love that you picked a section to emphasize each time instead of all of it, collaboration, and then moving on to another one each year makes it so much easier, because when you're all looking at different targets all at the same time, you never get to any of them. So if you pick one, it seems to really help. So thank you. I really appreciate that. That makes me feel really good. So thank you.
Okay, Superintendent Robbins.
Yeah, just one last comment. I think I think it would be helpful to have a presentation with cumulative alongside, because I really think we're starting to get in the weeds on what each role will be. And those of you that were at the cumulative presentation, I think looks like probably the direction we're headed, everything that I saw, but at least getting a taste of what that might look like and what that integration could be, I think would help, and it would help kind of eliminate the confusion about what platform plays what role. And because I think presenting these in isolation, separate from each other, is just going to create more confusion, and we need to get more clarity on our end about what their roles are and how they'll play out like that, and then bring that maybe together at the same time. Be my thought. You guys,
Okay, yeah, does that sound good, board?
Amber, you
To
guys okay with that? At least some preliminary look to that, or
Yeah, I think you want them side by side in terms of,
I think we need to decide what that looks like, right? But if, in my mind, if Mastery Connect, if the messaging and the discussion is Mastery Connect is a reporting system, then we are
it's not. a
right back
reporting
to the
system.
same issues that Nancy brought forward and that
Correct.
Karen cited. So I just want to make sure they're
Yeah.
in order with
Makes
the
sense.
way that we're going to plan this out, is all I'm saying. The whole picture.
Yes,
Yeah.
and to just keep reiterating what Dr. Robbins is saying, Mastery Connect is not our reporting system
Yeah,
to support
it's-
our
it's an
assessments,
assessment
because I think that's,
system,
you're right on.
Okay, so I think I'll just make a couple comments. So the one thing that you brought up was that Mastery Connect will be easier for teachers, because I know last time when we discussed it, it was going to be like two different systems where teachers had to enter data like twice. So
And that was
so-
because we were looking at it as a reporting and a grade book option, because
Okay.
Skyward was not meeting the needs of Mastery grading, which our elementaries have been doing with their report card for a number of years. So we were actually trying to extend what Mastery Connect is to fill a niche that we didn't have in our district. And it wasn't, I think, the right tool for that particular purpose, as Dr. Robbins has stated. And so what we're looking at Mastery Connect for moving forward is for our secondary schools, focusing on being able to collect evidence on student progress so that they can support student learning and have more effective PLCs, because they have a platform to develop common assessments and talk through those common assessments, because right now they don't have those. And even at the elementary level, because we have more comprehensive curricula, they have assessment platforms built in to their curricula platforms. And so that was also why the urgency at the elementary level is not where it is at the secondary level, because they have many assessment tools.
Okay. And
So I
then-
think Rick's
yeah.
right. If we can really be clear that Mastery Connect will be a system to support gathering of evidence of student learning, to be able to support instructional planning,
Yeah.
we need to make sure that that's really clear, and it is not for a grade book.
Yeah. And so also teachers will be able, like, if teachers, for instance, at Brighton in English, create some assessments, they can actually then share those with other schools, right?
Yes,
Like that will be able to happen.
yes.
Okay.
And then the seamless part, Dr. Robbins started to mention this as well, would be they can create and develop those assessments in Mastery Connect, administer them through the Canvas platform, because it's an integrated tool. And then because Cumulative and Canvas are already connected, that grading becomes still what we're used to, and one
On
seamless.
entry,
Mhm,
see, that's
mhm.
great. Okay.
And that's where teachers, again, not everything that they may be assessing, they may be reporting on, because they're wanting to be in that moment tracking progress. So they may or may not put it into Mastery Connect, and there may be some differences there. So
Okay, and then one other thing is just, I like what you put at the end where it will be an opt-in model, because I do think that's really important to not make people do it, especially when we're just gonna roll it out. So I really do like that part of it. I mean, maybe eventually everyone will have to do it, but for when we roll it out, I think that's
yeah, I
great.
think we can, it's going to be most helpful for us, particularly at this stage in the PLC process for our high schools. It will be really challenging for them to progress to the level where our middle schools and elementary schools have gotten without a tool like this.
Okay, well,
fair to
thank you
say?
so much. Thank you. Please tell all those teachers, thank you for coming and presenting, and that was
We
really
will pass
helpful.
that along. When would you like us to come back? As Leon mentioned, we were hoping to submit the requisition for Mastery Connect so that those folks who are really anxious can move forward with adopting this fall if they, if that's available to them.
Well, do you think you can be ready at our next meeting?
Maybe not with
or not?
cumulative, but with more.
But it could be some just general
I
differences.
don't want
right?
to take away, the thing here too to remember is Mastery Connect does have a breadth of tools, right? So I envision it's not out of the realm that I'm in a parent teacher conference and I'm working with a parent and talking to a student about their progress. And to Andrew's point, and I want to demonstrate that they're at a certain level of mastery on a standard. Mastery Connect loads all of Utah standards, and it will also allow the teachers to determine depth of knowledge and rigor. I mean, all the things that are built into assessment. So, I mean, it is a tool that can be used that way. I think it's just, I think we need to understand it's in the background. It's not a forward facing reporting system that's my go-to as a parent to see what my kids' grades are, what they've turned in. I think cumulative will offer us all that and more from what I saw. So as long as we just stay on that point,
Okay,
I think,
and not mix the two.
and not, yeah. So I mean, in the next meeting, I think we could showcase what Mastery Connect could do. I just, I don't want it to get out in front, and I don't want the messaging to be, oh, hey, this is where we're headed with our new grade book. It can't be that.
It's not that. Okay,
What but we do kind of need to get this through so that our teachers and schools can start to use it. So
I also think the timing, to your point about the cumulative, where that's potentially on track for implementation of 2024, correct? So having some early adopters with the opt-in model for Mastery Connect gives us that much more kind of R&D, so to speak, of really getting a feel for it as we head into that cumulative adoption. We'll already have some experience with it, which I think would be really valuable for all of us.
okay, so we want it brought back to the next board meeting then? Okay,
And you just want more.
or
More
do we want to put
of
on
the consent.
consent? We're not ready for consent? No? Okay,
I think if they could bring just a little bit of information, it doesn't need to be super extensive, but, and it could be part of study session if we wanted.
okay. Could we add it on consent so that if we approve it at that next meeting?
I would recommend.
Okay, because we could always decide not to approve it.
Right. We
I
could
don't
pull
think
it
they
off of
remember
consent,
what
yeah.
Mastery Connect looks like. I piloted it, so it's a little more familiar to me, but I think they just need to see what it
Great.
looks like.
Yep.
I just green and yellow squares.
We
Yeah.
can,
I mean, we've
Lots
had,
of-
a lot or a little about it. I just want to make sure I'm hitting the
Yeah.
sweet spot for you.
I think a sampling,
yeah, we had a
Adequate.
great discussion, so just maybe a little more detail.
And
Perfect.
maybe an example of the process of creating a common informative assessment. yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, thank you, both of you. We really appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for your work on this. Okay,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we move the next item to a subsequent meeting in order to allow for us to get through the full discussion on our negotiated agreements. So that would mean that we would be moving the strategic plan focus group report on human-centered supports to the May 21st. No, what's the date? May 22nd meeting? 23rd. Sorry. Thank you for looking at the calendar. That's my motion.
okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to that? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll be moving that item to our next meeting. Okay, so then we're gonna go on to item D. Oh, Jeff, you're right. Is Jeff here? Oh, there he is. Sorry, you're way back there. Yes, thank you. So item B, actually, legislative policy updates by Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel. No, it's okay.
I didn't leave. So
Despite thinking about it.
I'll try to move through this expeditiously and substantively. So the legislative policy update, the policy committee has been reviewing legislation. There are 5 policies on this update, and that each of them are required statutorily for their elements that are included. So in board governance, there were revisions to the Open and Public Meetings Act to add if an LEA or a district did not have a reasonable opportunity for public verbal and written comments, that's been added. The board has allowed those. We did just modify the language to clarify those parties that can provide written and verbal comment. Then, based on a discussion in a previous study session, we added the provision that we're not going to allow proxy voting. And then another provision was added where a remote board member attending by electronic means, as that is outlined in the policy, how you could attend electronically by video or audio, is included in calculating a quorum. It's a statutory requirement that you designate whether or not a remote member is included in a quorum. You can see the attached red line if you have questions on that policy. The next one is reporting student safety and resource officer agreements. In this policy, we have previously had one that dealt with reporting student safety, and it's a requirement that our administrators make a form and report to parents about bullying and hazing. What we've done in adding the elements that are required by statute to this policy is it now requires that we have a school resource officer agreement section, which has been added. There's an exhibit to the policy that outlines in statute what is required to be included in those school resource officer agreements. We'll be looking at our agreements and updating those. And some statutory definitions for threat assessment for individuals and building facilities were added as outlined in the state statute. The next one is our student conduct and disciplinary policy process. In our discipline policy, 2 bills were with new provisions that need to be updated in our discipline policy. The first requires an integration plan when we receive notice from an outside law enforcement or juvenile court based on an arrest, a charge, or an adjudication. We've added the reintegration language, and then we've also added the statutory definitions for a multidisciplinary team. Also, in conjunction with student graduation attire modifications, we had these provisions already included in our policy based on legislation last year, but what we have done is added some statutory definitions to also include what would occur in a substantial disruption based on the state statute. And then our instructional materials policy, there's a section that deals with waiver amendments that are based on opting out of curriculum based on a religious belief or right of conscience. In our policy, we've added the language that is included in the state statute and also updated our exhibit. What you could do previously in accordance with the statute is you could require the student to participate. Now that's no longer allowed based on a student's parent or right of conscience. It should be noted the Utah State Board of Education is currently working on a draft of this rule, and more is to come. At this point, we've added the statutory language, updated our exhibit, and are waiting for further direction from USBE regarding the petition waiver amendments. The last policies are student attendance policy, where they have defined in state statute that additional language is required for engaging in evidence-based practices to address absenteeism. The administration addressed these absenteeism issues in early spring last year. What we've done is added the statutory language and then added exhibits that address the evidence-based practices that will be required as we look at attendance issues across the district. All of those elements are required by state statute, and we have the associated exhibits. This is for a first reading. I can probably respond to questions at our next meeting regarding if we have them as a second reading, but all of these are required by state statute, and the policy committee is recommending them for adoption.
Okay, board, are there any burning questions? Okay. Okay, I think if you do have any as you're reading things, you can contact Jeff and he can address them or you can bring them next time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to our next item, which is the approval of the 2023-2024 Canyons Education Association negotiated agreement. And Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present that.
Thank you, President Tingy. We have completed negotiations with all three groups. We'll ask for your approval. Next three agenda items, but we'll take them separately as with separate votes. But first one, it would be the negotiation with the CEA. Representing the district was Dr. Robbins, myself, Dan Harper, Steve Diamond, and Charlie Evans. From CEA was Kathy Smith from Altera. I think Kathy has left. Mallory Record, she's the Jordan High, and she's the vice president. Mitch Atencio from Corner Canyon High. Rebecca Allen from Bella Vista. Julie Bean, who is here. And then Kara Zellinger from the Uniserve. Let's just hit the compensation. With the House Bill 215 adding $4,200 to the educator salary adjustment and the increase in TSSA funding, our base salary would go up to $59,000 or a $4,300.35 increase for every teacher. On top of that, we have added roughly a 0.06 COLA to bring that starting salary up to $59,350. We then will grant increment levels. Okay, so teach going from 1 to 2, but we will also increase the increment level by $50. So instead of a $900, it will go to $950. So basically, every teacher, the minimum increase is from new teacher going from step level 1 to level 2 is $56.35, the 10.3% raise. Those going from on the kind of the mid range, say a level 30 to 31, we have around 70 there. Would get a $7,000 an $85 increase because of the increments increasing from that $50. That would be an 8.77% increase. We have 7 teachers going from level 40 to 41. That's a 75.85 increase and about an 8.5%. So again, however you are set on the salary schedule, but this does kind of level out the percentage increase across all teachers. And but nevertheless, roughly a 9.1% across the board is what we're calculating off the base this year. Okay. We will also fund. There's a summary on board docs. Just hit. It's 50 pages long. We'll just hit a couple things. We'll fund education enhancements as we've always done. Also increase the National Board Certified from up to $2,000 for teachers. Hit insurance. I want to emphasize that insurance is going to go across both teachers, ESPs, and administrators. So I really won't hit that when we get to those groups. But what we will do is the district will pick up a $300,000 increase in premiums across all plans, and we'll spread that out across all plans equally. The employees, based on the recommendations for our insurance advisory committee, we will increase the deductible on the traditional plan only from $850 to $900 for a single, and for couple and family coverage from $2,550 up to $2,700. Also, the out-of-pocket maximums will go up $1,000 for family and couple, and $500 for single. We will also be instituting a specialty drug program. We'll be getting more details on that. I won't take the time now with PHP, where we'll be doing a trial basis on some of these very expensive specialty drugs in the coupon program. That will save, between all those, that is expected to save, just the deductible and out-of-pocket maximums will save about $190,000 is what we're calculating across all groups. Couple other highlights. The scope of negotiations will remain in place for this upcoming year. Employee leave has been adjusted. Just a couple highlights. Bereavement leave was added for someone with an adult child who may pass away, who's single, who, they need to help take care of their estate. We've expanded maternity leave, took out the requirement to return for the succeeding year, institute a parental leave up to 10 days for the non-gestational parent for bonding and childcare. We're taking on personal leave. We're going to be expanding to be taken on a contract day when the district is closed. That's for the, as we revise the calendar a little bit for this, as we will now be recognizing Juneteenth and taking off the fall break day by 1 day, but that won't affect our families, but our employees, so they can use personal days, or same with Thanksgiving there. I should emphasize this exact language will also be applicable to ESPs and administrators. So I won't detail that when we get to those groups. We've clarified how we place people on salary schedules. Just a couple, always been a couple little tweaks there that we wanted to clear up. And, adding another one commitment level for those who don't maybe have a master's degree, but get 80 hours over a bachelor's. We've also be modifying voluntary transfers. If a teacher wanted a job and saw a job available in one of our schools, they could not do it. But if that job was available in another district, they could go apply. So we want to keep them. So we're modifying that. We will also be we're going to recommit to an elementary task force on preparation time, and just increasing some of the differential points on our activities schedule, and giving middle school principals $2,500 to pay for those activities that middle schools do. So those are just the highlights. Just want to thank the negotiation team, their professionalism, and mostly just our teacher, Teacher Appreciation Week, we just celebrated. Thank you to all those. I'm going to take off my business administrator hat, put on my dad hat. So grateful for our teachers for what they do. I see the impact they have in my boy's life, and that's something that you can never repay. So thank you for all of them. With that, take any questions. Or a
Okay,
motion.
board, are there any questions?
Hey, you might add, Leon, the 32 hours is still in play this year. Actually would push our starting teacher salary over 60,000. So it's 1,200 this year, and then increases next year.
Yeah,
right?
it's going to go up to basically 1,276 next year. So that will put that starting teacher salary, to calculate that, and some districts do, at about $60,500. The salary schedule is included in that document there.
Okay, any thank you for that. And I hope our teachers are taking advantage of that. Are there any questions, or is there a motion? Yes.
I will make the motion that we approve the 2023-24 Canyons Education Association negotiated agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I'd like to speak to the motion and just express my gratitude to the negotiating teams. It's never easy, but I really appreciate the professionalism and the respectful negotiating process that we've established here in the district. I think it really helps things throughout the year, not just at this time of year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now call for a vote. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. So our next item on the agenda is the approval of the 2023-2024 Canyons Educational Support Professionals Association negotiated agreement. And Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present that again.
Yes, thank you, President Schill. Again, this agreement's found on board docs. I want to just mention the team members, Dr. Robbins, myself, Everett Perry from HR, Dan Harper and Charlie Evans were from the district. Many of these gentlemen are here. Andy Marcus, who you heard from earlier today from Draper Park, he's the president. Brandon Wolf from facilities, here's energy. team lead, Joe Marriott. Facilities, our custodial specialist, Brent Marcus. Also our custodial specialist, Mary Burt. The admin assistant from Willow Canyon was here. She had to leave, I believe. Matt Potts, also a facility maintenance technician, and Kylie Patterson from the USEA specialist. Just to hit the compensation packages. We will fund steps. They're about nearly 1.5 million from this year's salary schedule. We will also fund a 6.7% cost of living increase added to step one, and then down as we've always done for the last several years. You can see the salary schedule is there on board docs. This is key because this will bring our starting wage, minimum wage for our entry-level position to $15 an hour. So we feel like this will help us be very competitive for these, mainly our hourly positions, but also reward our great service that our people do, and then keep us, competitive in the marketplace for both hourly and our contracted positions. We will also fund. We have about roughly 327 contracted FTEs who are topped out on step 10 this year. For those, and they will not get a step, we will give a $500 stipend bonus on their November check, time for the holidays. And we also get, for those hourly employees, we'll give $150 stipend check. For the contracted ones, it will be based on their FTE status. So if you're, 30 hours a week, you'd get 75% or about $350 of that. The whole package is $6.35 million with steps and the stipend and the COLA, or about a 9.6% increase from the base this year. The insurance, again, stays the same as we talked about with the teachers. We're maintaining the same number of working days. We'll slightly increase the differential pay for those who work this shift in the afternoon, evening, and graveyard shifts. And we will, for the kindergarten routes, bus drivers whose contract may be affected by the kindergarten routes, we will make sure their contract is protected. If they have a contract this year, we will make sure they have a contract next year. They may need to work in extra areas, such as our cafeterias, schools, working with students, but we will make sure that contract is protected. Again, the same leave implications that were for the teachers granted to the ESPs, and just a modification in the termination policy that they can have representation there if there's a written rep in that. So again, thankful for all our ESPs, the backbone of our district, driving our buses, cleaning our buildings, keeping them heated and cooled, working with our students, maintaining their front offices, working in our kitchens. So many, 750 contracted ones and another couple thousand hourly ones. So thank you for all their work. Certainly appreciate what they do. With that, and especially the negotiation. With that, is there any comments or questions or a motion?
Okay, any comments or questions, board? Yes, Mrs. Seaman.
Sorry, yes, thank you to the team, but also, can you just clarify, you mentioned the bus drivers that will protect their contracts and may need to work in a different position. That would only be to supplement the hours that they're not driving bus, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think what we'll do is look at making an administrative decision, I think, because of the kind of the smaller dollar amount, is we will allow them, if they got a 35-hour job now, we will allow them to work 35 hours next year if the contract or route does not fit on that. I think we can work that out as an administrative team. So make sure that's just not up to the 30 hours, but above the 30 hours. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, or is there a motion?
I move that we approve the 2023-2024 Canyons Educational Support Professionals Association negotiated agreement.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the 2023-24 compensation package for Canyon School District administrators. And Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present that.
Yes, we met with the administrative team. So it was Dan, Steve, and myself, and then representing the district administrators was Angela Wilkinson, the principal at Sunrise, Kirsten Draper at Canyon View, Paula Logan from Butler Middle, and Daryl Jensen from Corner Canyon High. What we've agreed on there was to fully fund steps for those who are eligible, a cost of living adjustment of 5.25% increase. For those, we have about 59 administrators, or just under half, who are not eligible for a step. So we appreciate their longevity being with us. For those, we will give a 1.25% stipend. We've done that the last several years to offset that step. Insurance will be the same as the ESPs and the CEA. Their total cost, is about 1.485 million, or a 7% increase off the base from this year. We will continue to work on the FTE allocation equity model that we've been working on the last couple of years. Continue to give new principals training, mainly our APs, and look at doing modifications to the salary schedule in the future to give more steps or something for our assistant principals moving forward. We'll look at that as well. With that, again, big thank you to all our principals who lead our buildings, do a fantastic job. And also, that would include our APs and those in the district office who lead our department. So again, it's a big team effort, and we couldn't do it without all of our directors. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions or comments for? Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
I just want to clarify. So you said that the stipends are for principals that were topped out, or is it also for the assistant principals?
It's for everyone.
All of them. Okay.
All administrators.
Okay. And you indicated that you are looking at changing it so that the steps will be unfrozen and that we can.
We'll look at maybe adding steps. We've played around with a couple scenarios that would bring back for next year.
Okay. Well, I knew it wouldn't be for now, but
Yeah.
it seems to me if you're paying a stipend every single year, that's something that we really should address if it's feasible. I said, if it's feasible.
Yeah, we've done that stipend last
Thank you. I
6 or 8
appreciate it.
years, but we'd like to maybe, that would encourage them something on the salary schedule so they'd get that step, which is a little bit more than
I think that's
that.
great.
So
Thank you.
Okay, board, thank you. Do we have a motion for this? Okay, great.
I move to approve the 2023-24 compensation package for Canyon School District administrators.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or comments? Okay, I will ask for a vote now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, now,
President Schill, if I could say, the total compensation that you as the board have handed out is $23.9 million, just under 24 to all our employees this upcoming year. So thank you to them. Thank you to you. Thank you to our state legislature for making this possible. Also, Leon will not sleep the next 12 months as we try to balance the budget with that. So,
wow.
but,
Okay, thank you.
24.
Thank you for that.
I need that snowman. Yeah, Rick's gonna have to give up the
Oh,
snowman.
The
Yeah.
snowman.
No man's moving over to Leon's. Hey, I just want to tell Leon, thank you. He doesn't want to get the credit, but I mentioned, you think about where we've been in our state with teacher salaries and compensation and where we are now. And it really is amazing. And the fact that this man has worked this contract in a budget contraction, let's not lose sight of that we're still in the middle of trying to get off of ESSERs and CARES. And so I want to tip my cap to the best BA around, period. So thanks for working your magic, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Budget numbers here next. Take that back.
Yeah, well, I just want to add my thanks to Mr. Wilcox, to the negotiating teams, and just to every single employee that we have out there. It takes a big team of people to accomplish what we do every day. So thank you, and thanks for being here. Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is 2023-2024 budget update, and Mr. Wilcox will present that as well.
As Julie's pulling that up, I read something the other day that I thought was interesting. Do you know alligators can grow up to 15 feet? Most only have 4, but I thought that was interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We've been waiting for one of your jokes.
You are a much better BA than stand-up comedian, though.
No, I just thought that was interesting.
Well, I think we needed that at this hour, so.
Not about your shingles, that too. Well, as we ready for next school year, and the negotiations is the big thing, but just to give you a budget update, our budget is just so big, it's 13,000 Excel lines, so I'm not gonna give you that, okay? But just to hit a couple highlights here, I'm gonna mainly focus this meeting on our non-general fund items, non-general fund funds, our capital, our debt, our lunch, our insurance. Then next meeting, the 23rd, bring back some more information on our general fund and some property taxes. Just want to hit one thing, just some updates in our general fund. We did get a 6% WPU increase that will take that up to $4,280. So thank you to our state legislature. As we mentioned earlier, the ESA goes up, doubles from 42 to 8,400. We got a big increase in TSSA funding of 1.7 million. Keep in mind, a bill that was passed, SB 183, links the previous year's increase for both TSSA and ESA next year. So we'll receive roughly, it's not exactly a 6% because it's the appropriation amount, but roughly a 6% increase in both of these going for next year, and then whatever the previous year is. Trust lands, a little bump there. Keep in mind, the state legislature did put 160 million into the permanent school fund and appropriated it. However, that's not going to be moved until after July 1st. The state needs to look at their final tax collections because they did drop the tax rate to see how much they will move. They're looking at increasing the distribution from 4 to 5%. Of course, that's a constitution, has to be on the ballot. But if that passes in November of 2024, we could start seeing higher distributions in FY26 or a couple years out. So something to keep an eye on there. Transportation went up about 1.6 million. We're getting about 81% of our eligible costs funded. And a big one for us that's a big one. Another big one is our at-risk add-on goes up because they funded the 1 increment increase, 1.4 million for us. That will allow us to move some of our ESSER employees over to at-risk. Going to segue into our ESSER employees who we plan on having ESSER funding next year. Again, we've tried to drop this down. So next year we will have 1 AP at Copperview, 5 nurses still on ESSER. So we'll have to look at that moving forward. Have a couple teachers. We still may play with that a little bit. A few teachers finishing up their letters training to get their stipend. We have Amber's, there's 550 who have completed the letters training. So big thank you to those teachers who have done that. And then we will have the biggest one is probably our health and community facilitators. So each secondary school has a secondary health assistant. We've told the principals of the schools that person will fund it out of ESSERs next year, but they're going to have to, if they want that position, they're going to have to put it into their TSSP plans moving forward. And we'll have to find a place for those community facilitators or look at other options there. So we've trimmed the FTE of the personnel cost down to about 1.8 million next year. This is how we're looking at our ESSER 3 balance next year. We're going to buy some supplies and have indirect costs. We have to make one more payment on Wonders. We talked about Mastery Connect, so we'll buy that out of here. We also talked about Gretchen. You know, she presented last, I believe, August, almost a year ago, about updating our elementary media materials. We'd like to give 1.2 million there. Going to be close to 50,000-ish a school. A couple schools, they've got new ones, new collections. We are going to look at doing a couple capital improvements. The Oakdale sidewalks, we really need to replace those. And the entrance going into the school, they're in bad shape. It's a big safety concern. Couple playgrounds we still need to upgrade for ADA access at Canyon View and Lone Peak, and the Jordan Teen Center. We got a grant, but we don't think that's going to cover it all. Take all those in, we expect to have about a $7.5 million balance at the end of this year. That still gives us about $2 million of one-time things. We can look at some either capital or technology things. We're still going to work through that this last year of our ESSER funds. So we've got that. We feel like we've got that somewhat under control there. I want to just hit on HB 61, our school security bill that passed. Don't know everything yet, but each school is going to have to designate a school safety specialist. They'll likely get a stipend, but I'd like to see that officially in a board rule before we make that official. Each specialist will need to do, from each school, will need to complete a school security assessment, which is going to be written by the USPE. Have not seen that yet. And based on these assessments, LEAs can submit for grants to remediate gaps in security. That seems to be the punch word they're using now, is they want to shore up the gaps that exist out there in schools. So how much we get, I'm still not sure. You know, if they did a per student, we get 3 million, but we've shored up a lot of our gaps. Other districts may not have. So there's still some unknowns. I still think we're going to be in July or August before we really know about this. The board, I did not see this on the board's agenda last week to take up their rule on this. So still waiting that guidance. Now going to move into our capital budget. The big one for next year is just completing Union Middle. It's coming along nicely, but we are planning for occupancy by a registration date, which is, you know, beginning of August. All areas should be done except the auditorium. That's going to lag behind a few weeks. We are planning on Thursday, the 10th. If you could get that on your calendar for the ribbon cutting. We're hoping the parking lot's going to be done by then, but that might not be. That's going to be pushing it. Should be done by the first day of school, which is the 21st, but that's going to be tight. The auditorium, we are looking at probably 4 to 6 weeks into the school year. We finish that up. The play fields, you know, that's going to be on the bottom half of the building. They got to tear that down and put in the play fields. They're going to try to do that by late fall, November-ish. But if, you know, snow flies like it did this year, that could get bumped into the spring. We'll update you later on that. Just if you're interested, the architects and everyone is going on a tour of Union Middle, taking the teachers through it on Friday at 1 o'clock. You're welcome to attend and see what has been done and take a look at the new building. I think it looks great. If any of you are good at painting or laying tile, we'll may put you to work. But honestly, if you'd like to come, please feel free. I think a couple, Jeff, Kirsten, maybe joining there as well. So please come and see it with the teachers. I don't think this is the first time most of the teachers have seen the inside of it. So here's some of our small cap projects. They're underway. The band room, lighting at Alta, lighting projects at Brookwood and Canyon View. You can see the time frame and when we're scheduled to begin those, replacing Corner Canyon's turf, and then tennis courts and wall carpet as well, about $6 million there. You can see the expected time frame. We did place the Gridgecliff roof on hold. We still feel like we can maintain that for another few years just because of all the asbestos we had at Eastmont and at Union that we got to remediate. So that's was a big cost there. So we did put that one on hold. We are going to look, as I said, a couple of ESSER funds from our capital funds. We won't go over those. I always feel like it's important to know where we are with our debt. You know, we did have to borrow money to complete Peruvian and Glacier Hills. We'll be making our first payment on those this June. So you can see our schedule will be 34.8 is right now. That's after our payment. Next year, it will go down to make a $3 million payment there. Keep in mind, we're making these out of our capital fund. That does leave, reduce the projects we can do in our capital fund when we have to make this debt payment. These bonds are callable, meaning that we can pay them off after June of 2031. We'll have about a $6.4 million balance, so we can look at that option. Of course, that's still many years out, but that's what we'll have to keep paying down. One of the things that's really that was a struggle for me was, the legislature was the JLC's priority, to give capital money to districts. And it was in the legislature kept funding that. And about the last day, they pulled that out and put that into HB 61. Last year, they gave us $4 million, helped us do Diamond Ridge and the ball fields at Alta High. So what we've had to do is, at the end of this year, we had to, end of 22, we had to assign $8 million of our fund balance in our general fund to commit to capital projects. We were hoping that we wouldn't have to need it, but we are going to have to need a good chunk of that. We may not need all 8 million, but we're going to need some of it to complete all these projects because of that. So we have to be aware of that. That is a tough one to swallow for me moving forward. You can see it's that number 5 there. This is our balance sheet from last year's financial statements. This is the one that also keeps me up at night, is our balance in our capital fund. Right now, at the end of this year, we're going to be down to $2 million. That's nothing, essentially. Hopefully it's not going to be that bad. We do budget conservatively, so we expect it to be a little bit better than that. But you can see as it goes across to that bottom line, we do a little bit better next year. Then we start, because we have to use our tax proceeds to finish up Union. That's why. And so we just don't have much of a balance there. So you go across that bottom line, then it starts building up in 25 and 26, 27, the next few years out. Keep in mind, I do have the transfers in there for the general fund. We can use debt service excess funds. State law allows that for technology purposes. I do have selling the property in Draper and using that for a field house and fields at Corner Canyon. It's still about $10 million worth of security and small capital improvements. But we have a lot of needs out there and not a lot of dollars. And so that doesn't account for our, the West Draper Elementary. And we'll have to look at, as we look at CTEC and Jordan High options there. So it's going to be tough. I should note that we have procured an architect to look at the feasibility of Eastmont, Jordan High, CTEC. It's MHTN. Many of you are familiar with them. They did Brighton, Mount Jordan, been a partner with the district for the last 12, 15 years. So, but that is something that we'll have to watch as we move forward, that balance there. I'm going to move over to our debt. You can see right now, this is our debt that we owe on our GO bonds. It's $422 million. We'll make a payment. We'll get us down to $395 after June. Payment for next year is almost $30 million. That will take us down to about $365. Here is shown graphically, the orange and the orange is the 2017 bonds. The blue is the 2010 bonds. We start making pretty good progress because in the past we've always had a red line in there, and that was from the Jordan debt. So we don't have that. So we start paying these off, getting these down, paid off fairly rapidly, but still, a lot of debt that we've incurred for our buildings. But we're glad. But the good thing is we got it at low interest rates and cheaper building prices too. So, yeah. Moving on to our nutrition services fund, we're going to keep our prices the same. We did have a big increase in our fund balance of $10.3 million. So we're going to have to, we're intentionally going to draw that down the next couple of years, this year and next year. But we'll likely have to look at increasing prices in 25 or 26 as we go along. We may see a small boost in revenue due to the full day kindergartner having lunch with us, all of them. Midvale Middles, Copperview, East Midvale, and Mid Valley Elementaries still are in what they call the CEP status, meaning free breakfast and lunch for all students. This is the last year under this certification. We'll have to recertify them going forward. So for that. And then lastly, just hitting on our self-insurance fund. We did pretty good. We've had pretty good success. We have a $15.5 million balance there. You can just see I put in some charts from September 2020 up to 23. These are some of the things we track: inpatient, professional, just doctor visits, outpatient. You can see inpatient went down. That was a hospital stays. Probably COVID, and then back up without COVID. The bottom corner one there, pharmacy, has been a big expensive one for us, but it actually is starting to come down the last couple of months. Other ones, emergency room, we always try to avoid that because they're just so expensive when you hit the emergency room, but also focusing on the preventative. A little cure now saves a lot in the long run. So you can see some of those. The big one maybe is this year. We're actually trending very well, trending better at this time than we were last year. So you can see we always use per employee per month costs. That's PEPM. So you can see quite a variation there as we dealt with COVID and the impacts, but it started to go down and is running pretty good, our plan this year. So we're excited about that. Again, with moderate increases in the premiums there. Next meeting will hit more stuff shown there, but with our budget hearing to be on June 6th. So any questions or anything? That's what
Okay, any questions, board? Yeah, Mr. Edel, then Mrs. Nybar.
Just for the budget hearing, do we have like a specific timeline, or are we able to maybe move that to the June 20th meeting?
I'll leave that up to board leadership. But under law, you have to have it adopted by June 30th. So we planned on the June 6th meeting because the June 20th would be the roundtable meeting. So
Maybe we could talk more about that.
It's up to board leadership there.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
I was going to ask about that, but I guess also as audio recording your presentation so I can fall asleep to it later. No, just kidding. I think Leon strategically has his budget update at the end of a long meeting so he gets no questions, right? Would everyone be as smart as you?
I want to go line by line over those 13,000. But if you didn't know, alligators can grow up to 15 feet.
Okay.
Another one I heard, if I could say this, I read this and I thought it was funny. Do you know that hippos can run faster than humans on land, and hippos can swim faster than humans in water? But I thought, well, if you're ever in a triathlon with a hippo, you better be pretty good on the bike, right? I just.
Oh gosh. Wow. Okay. Mrs. Tingy. Mrs. Tingy, did you have a question?
Just a quick question. So back to the funds on the school security and the capital. So just to clarify that in the last couple of fiscal years, some one-time funds were allocated to LEAs that could be used for either capital or security, but this year it's only security.
Yeah,
That's why you were saying it's kind of a little tight on our
that's why.
capital,
yeah.
small capital projects.
There's a difference, no one's going to fault security. We all value the safety of our students. Okay, we know how important that is. We're not minimizing that in the least. The issue is there's also a little bit of a difference between safety and security. Safety can be overcrowded classrooms. It can be sidewalks. It can be parking lots. It can be, in a way, HVAC systems that aren't working, or ceiling tiles or something like that. And so, or ball fields that are in need of repair that have all kinds of issues. Whereas security is, mainly hardening the building if we can. So we'll certainly take the money, but that does limit the options.
Right. It kind of reduces some flexibility that we've had the last couple of fiscals.
Yeah, that we had this year. And plus you also got to apply for grants, whereas, it was pretty much at our discretion to choose the projects that we wanted to use that money.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We appreciate you and all you do. Okay, so, just so the board is aware, we will go to staff comments and board comments, but we will move the NSBA reports to a later meeting. So don't feel like you have to do that report and your other report. We will have that either next meeting or on the roundtable. So, well, just one upcoming. And I would really love to finish by 10 because that was my goal I set you guys. Remember that? So let's see if we can do it. Okay,
You go first.
Superintendent Robbins.
I'll make it brief. Just want to thank our ESP and CEA negotiating teams for their, as mentioned, the terrific collaboration and work together to get these agreements done tonight. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Wilcox.
I'll say ditto, just the professionalism. So thank you to Krista and her team, Andy and his team. Thank you very much. And then a big congratulations to Jeff Meshin, to Wendy Dow, new superintendent of Provo City. We're so proud of Wendy. Their gain is our loss, but we're so happy for her. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I forgot to look which side we should start at. So, okay, we'll start with Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you, everyone who participated tonight for presentations. Let's see, I too wanted to, I sent Wendy an email and I said, congratulatory devastation. That's pretty much sums out how I feel. Provo's getting a good one, best of the best, and sure have enjoyed the time I've spent on committee work with her for her passion and her innovation and her, she's just great. She's going to do great things there. I was able to participate or go and attend the Draper Arts Scholar Competition. That was neat. We had some Canyons kids in there and some really amazing artwork from Jordan High School and some other high schools. That was really neat. I wanted to take a minute just to thank my elementary school teachers of my children. We just had teacher appreciation this last week, and those women and what they've done for my sons as far as what the growth they've had in this year of learning and their attention to my kids' needs and their communication with me is just top notch. We won the lottery again. We've got great teachers in Canyon School District. I was happy to participate in the indicator committee. That committee was way more fun than it sounds, right? That was a pretty amazing day. And, I think all of us that were there, we just had this kind of like fire lit. And it was just a really robust discussion. I'm super excited about what we're going to do with indicators and how that relates back to our strategic plan. Great meeting and high quality learning. Bob Dottle does a great job of reining us all in. He always begins with, we have an interesting group. I'm not exactly sure what he's referencing there, but it's a lot of fun. And we had a great presentation by guest that Amanda had lined up from BYU regarding arts integration. That was very, very exciting. I look forward to further work with that. Policy committee meeting, we're just kind of going down the list of everything with legislation. I don't know that our work will ever be done. We have more to-dos now after tonight's closed session. I really appreciated, I wanted to highlight the land trust and TSSP plans that I read. There are some things I loved, especially Sprucewood Elementary allocating money towards positive behavior reinforcements. I love to see whenever we're doing that, when we're trying to help cultivate the school climate by making sure we're rewarding and giving enough positive attention to those kids that are making good decisions, because that just really builds on each other. I loved the amount of funds allocated towards teacher aides and interventionists. As we well know that with personalized learning and helping kids on their pathways to success, the more adults we have in the room, that makes a huge difference. I also really look forward to the future, seeing more in our plans about project-based learning and more student engagement in the classroom with science kits. I would love to see more with science kits and different hands-on learning options, especially in the elementary school. And I think that's a great place for it. And as we talk about how we can help our kids internalize, there's topics, especially in science. I enjoyed spending the day with some first graders at a field trip just recently. And my lucky first grader, he has a few more field trips coming up. And as we come to this time of year, I mean, May is like Christmas time with all the events and all the special things and all the lasts of the last school year. And it's pretty neat to see how the community all comes together. On my way to closed session tonight, I popped into the art night at Willow Springs. It really was starting from 6 to 8. And I emailed and said, can I please come early? Because I don't want to miss. And then Grandma took my boys again tonight. They needed to go twice. But just wonderful, amazing work we have there with these kids. And it's really neat to see how the arts are integrated into their basic content areas. There was Shrinky Dinks with insects, and they had learned about the habitats. They had this cool ceramic project about what they were learning in social studies with Indigenous people. And it was just really cool to see all those connections. So I really love to see that. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
Yeah, so in the efforts of time, I would encourage anyone who wants to know about my outings to head to my Facebook page. But since we approved the negotiated agreements tonight, I just want to say that this is a great night to celebrate our teachers, our ESPs, and our administrators. I love going out each and every week to see them, to talk with them, to meet with them. We have such amazing staff here. And I look forward to continuing my interactions with each and every one of them and to meeting as many as that I can and to seeing all the amazing things that we do for our students here in Canyons.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel. Mrs. Oaks.
One of the things I love about this time of year is the retirement banquet. I always love being able to say goodbye to some of these people that have given so much of their time and energy to education. Dr. Dowdle is one of those that was there the other night. It was a very emotional moment. And we're going to miss you. Like there's so much that these people have contributed. I think the count was 920 years collectively, right? Of a contribution to education. That's mind blowing. So that was a really meaningful event this last week. I also love attending the arts performances this time of year. And in the last couple of weeks, I've gone to the Lone Peak Art Night, which similar to what Ms. Nyber was saying, is so inspiring to see how learning can be integrated with the arts. The Alta Ballroom Dance concert was phenomenal. It made me want to redo high school and do that. I mean, it was so happy. The Draper Elementary Choir Concert, the Brookwood Choir Concert, which I've heard about for years from Nancy, but that was like life-changing. It was amazing. The jazz concert at Corner Canyon. It's such a happy time, and I really love seeing the achievements of these kids. One thing with Miss Zabrowski's comments, I would like us to look into Canvas and understand a little bit more about what she's talking about, and have our tech people kind of take a closer look, and if necessary, maybe communicate with Instructure about that concern. And also, I just want to give parents out there a heads up that we will be having a survey coming out soon that addresses the question about start times in the high school and elementaries, whether or not it would be worthwhile, or if there's enough community interest for us to pay for a study to see whether or not we flip those, meaning that the elementaries would start earlier and the high schools would start later. The idea being that it's helpful with circadian rhythms and sleep schedules at those respective times. So we really encourage parents to look for that survey and fill it out. The more people we have that participate, the more meaningful the data, of course. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milberg.
Amanda, I did not make it to the Brookwood Choir program, but I did make it to the Brookwood Kindergarten program, and I'm sure it was just about the same. Not. And Jeff, thank you for the picture tonight of the return of the Hillcrest Theater Group. That was a fun day with the police escort and the fire engines and the sirens blaring. That was fun. The one that I have to bring up is LIA Latinos in Action. Was held at Hillcrest High School. We had an accidental meeting of the Board of Education that night. We had 4 board members show up for Latinos in Action. Honest, we didn't discuss business, but it was great to see that support for that group. They do so much in our community to help the other Latinos in our community. They encourage each other to do well in school. They encourage each other when they are failing. They help each other. They go into our other schools and help. Just an amazing organization. So that was an honor to be a part of that. This next item, I promised that I would bring up, and so it's a good story. Otherwise, I just let it go. And I probably won't have much when we really do have the board report from the National School Boards Association meeting. I was privileged to attend one session, the very first session I attended. It was a court of public opinion. Very, very well done. He had what they called the rules for damage control playbook. Number 1, tell the truth. Number 2, tell it first. Number 3, tell it all. Number 4, tell it fast. Number 5, understand that the media filters information. And number 6, the fundamental role of the reporter is not simply to inform or educate. It's to tell stories. And as he continued, he came up with what he called the 4 F's, which are kind of survival tactics. He was a little bit antsy with the first F. He said that he didn't want to use the word in public. And I just don't understand why he was so leery on that. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Rule number 1, when you foul up, fess up, and then fix up. And I thought that was just an absolute wonderful session that I attended. I will tell you that was the best one. The others were okay, but just for this one session, it was worth a trip to Orlando to get that information.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. As I see we've reached the 10 o'clock hour, I will just say, again, this time of year is amazing as my fellow board members have already articulated. So many wonderful things happening out there. So grateful for our employees and the work that they do and the commitment they have. And grateful for the parents that help students have these experiences at this amazing and wonderful time of the year. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pedersen.
I'll keep it short as well. I've been to many of these activities that everyone else has been, and it's been very enlightening, enriching. It's been fun to enjoy the happiness that we see around. I mean, it's a time of celebration. It really is. But the one I want to highlight is I was invited to Willow Canyon's volunteer luncheon, and it was a very positive and uplifting meeting. Well, it wasn't really a meeting. We just were all enjoying one another, and we had lunch together. And there were over 60 volunteers, well, it wasn't all women. There were some men as well. 60 people there who had been involved in the school in one way or another. And it's just so important to recognize the contributions, not only of our employees, but also of our volunteers. Our parent communities make a huge difference in the culture of our schools. And it was wonderful to see the support that just one school had. And I know we can duplicate that anywhere. Susan could probably tell us that I just really thankful for the love and support. And I will say love, because they love those kids as much as, well, they're their parents. They love those children and they want to support their teachers, and they're there and they hold us up, and they spend countless hours serving our students. And I'm just so appreciative of what they're able to do. And I appreciate what PTA contributes to us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also need to give Mr. Millerberg 30 seconds for the USBA report.
Get your stopwatch out, okay? First item, this is a change from what it was originally published as. I think everybody has the information, but the August pre-delegate and delegate assembly has been moved to the 25th and 26th of August. The second item that I have is this is the year that they do the USBA Leadership Academy in Midway. Please, board members, please make note that there is not room in Midway to have every board member in every district in the state attend. So they will be limiting that. But in the past, we've been able to have those who are interested go. So my recommendation is, if you are willing to, if you want to go September 7 through 9, let Cindy know ASAP, and so we can get our reservations in. And Cindy, put my name on that list. My opinion, that is the best leadership training USBA does.
It's pretty close. Okay, I'm just going to mention one or two things. The first thing is I just want to thank our nurses. It is National Nursing Week, and we really do appreciate all that they do for our students. And yeah, that's a really important thing. So I just want to thank them. The one item I do want to talk about fast is just that Nancy and I did a CTE tour. And we toured Alta, Jordan, and CTEC. And it was just amazing to see all the classes that are offered and just all the options and how students are so engaged. And that was a really great experience. The last thing is, as we talked about at our last meeting, we are going to be doing the superintendent and BA evaluations. And you should get an email tomorrow from Richard Stoll with those. It'll be all online and it's all anonymous, and that will be open for 1 week. So you'll have from May 10th to the 17th to complete that. And that is all. So I will call this meeting to a close, and thank you everyone for being here.